challenge to all the teams, but also create a level playing field, and that's what we're looking for. So also the red shirts are preparing themselves to invite you all to the Skidpad. So please come to the Skidpad and set a time.
Alex und Robert, vielleicht kannst du nur
It seems, people, that the first car, the University of Hertfordshire, is here at the Skidpad, really ready to give it a go. Maybe the best UK team we've seen so far, but there's quite a bit of challenge between the UK teams that we have seen in the past couple of years. What do you think, Thijs?
I am pretty sure that these guys will be probably the best team out there on Skidpad by the time they're out there.
Entschuldige, ich habe dich akustisch nicht verstanden. Alex und Tobi, bitte nochmal, ich habe dich nicht verstanden. Das ist brutal laut gewesen.
And we actually have our second team lining up, the guys from Belgium. They are probably the top Belgian team here. They might even be the best Belgian team in the world.
Yeah, so Thijs, you're joking a bit, but maybe you can explain a bit. This Belgian team was forged out of several Belgian teams that existed in the past, right?
Yep, that's right. There used to be two different teams, from Thomas Moore and from KU Leuven. And they, 2 years ago, decided to join forces. And they've been pretty happy with the cooperation so far.
Yeah, very good. I can remember back in 2009 when we helped a couple of the Belgian teams to start up their team back then, and it's good to see that now they really have managed to put a really good car on track. So let's see what we'll do in the Skidpad, the wet pad, I have to say. Sorry.
Yep, pretty neat looking car. Meanwhile, I would advise everybody to keep an eye out for this very sexy rear end from the Hertfordshire car. Their brake light actually lights up sort of half of the rear of the car, and they're quite proud of it. So
you might want to put your sunglasses on before looking at the brake light, though. It is quite bright.
yeah, that's why I took those.
We've now got a third team lining up for Skidpad as well. It's Baumann Racing Team from Moscow, car number 220.
Looks like Hertfordshire have started their engine. Officials have done some final checks. And they're about to get the go to drive up to the wet pad.
So guys, the Hertfordshire car finally has started. I'm putting my sunglasses on because the brake light, oh man, that is a bright brake light. What do you think, Austin?
It is very bright. I'm a bit disappointed I left my glasses in the hotel.
Green flag.
Six.
clean first run for Hertfordshire, the time of 6.02 seconds. We're going for the second run right away.
Slightly a little bit slower than the first one, but still it looked very clean. The driver looked very calm, not too much steering movement, not too much throttle movement there, so it was really a clean run. Looks like they really had some practice time on the Skidpad. What do you think, Austin?
I think so. There's a sticker on the back wing of the car that says know your limits, and I think the driver clearly knew his limits for the wet skid pad and set a good base time.
Yeah, I think it's a good base time. I think the second driver will have room for improvement there, but it is the first time on the board, and it's very good to see that the first team already is driving. So meanwhile, the Belgium team is starting up their engine. It's an electric car. I saw some lights flashing over there, so they might be going for the first run at the wet pad.
Ja, wir hören dich.
So meanwhile, the next car enters the skid pad. It really is rush hour here. Car number 245 from Pomona, otherwise known as Cal Poly. So the first US team entering the track here.
Looks like the Belgians are making their final preparations before setting off, and he's rolling now, so he's going to the start line now.
Yes, he's going to the start line, so he has to be very careful because Austin was corrected also the cones they were hit after finishing the skid pad, so on your exit route count in your time.
I believe so, yes. The drivers have to be very careful for the whole time they're in the car.
And he's off for his first right-hand lap. So again, for maybe new spectators here, we have 2 right-hand laps and 2 left-hand laps. In total, 4 laps, and the total time, the fastest right-hand lap and the fastest left-hand lap in total. Averaged.
And they finished their first run with a time of 6.18 seconds. They're the first and thus quickest electric car so far. There's also a bit of a change in the numbering system for the cars this year at Formula Student Germany. Cars from numbers 1 through 200 are electric cars, and cars from 201 upwards are combustion cars. So if you're trying to figure out what kind of car it is, that's an easy way to see.
And of course, the flashing light when the car is on top of the main hoop also gives a proper indication about whether it's electric or not. So the electric cars all have a light on top, if it's on, the car is on, it's for safety purposes. Tractive system active light, or the TESAL it's called. It looks like the Belgian team is not going for a second run for the first driver. Is that correct, Austin?
Yeah, they seem to be pulling off to the side, so I don't know if they're going to make some setup adjustments before going back out again.
So meanwhile, the next car is approaching the start line. Car number 220, it's stalled, but it's no really big problem. Let's see if we can manage to get it going again.
Is that a new one?
Bauman Racing finishes their first run with an average time of 6.41 seconds.
So I just overheard the Belgium team while they were passing us. It seems that they are making some adjustments, so it seems that they don't have any issues whatsoever, but just going back in and spare the second run with new adjustments. So that's a good sign for the Belgian team.
Meanwhile, the guys from Moscow were super consistent on the first run, clocking equal times left and right, but they do seem to be a bit quicker on their second run. Very consistent again with a 6:29 and the 6:28 on average. So that is a bit of an improvement on their previous time. It is still a bit slower than the guys from Hatfield though.
So Thijs, about the consistency of right-hand laps and left-hand laps, what does it say about the setup of the car, or does it not necessarily indicate something about what the car is set up like?
Yeah, there is a bit of a difference for some cars on their left and right-hand laps. I guess the teams that have their stuff together the most would be able to churn out consistent laps in both directions. I'm not sure why some of the teams have such different lap times for the other hand. Maybe it has something to do with cross weights or something other that makes the car behave slightly asymmetrical. Oh, look at that. The guys from Pomona actually matched the time from Hatfield, which is interesting because their right-hand lap was quite a bit slower. So their left-hand lap was actually very fast. It's only 5.80, which is quite a bit faster than what we've seen so far. And that's promising for their second run. But they do not elect to take that right away. So let's see what we can expect for the next one. If they would be able to match their left-hand lap on the right-hand side as well, they might be able to get off 0.2 of a second of their overall time.
Ja, habe ich gehört, danke. Ja, der war mal zu stören. Ich werde gerade auf der 7. Die da wird das Auto gerade an den Schaden geschoben. Dann fährt es ja los.
So to put the results we've seen so far into perspective and sort of draw a picture of what we can expect for today, the best times from last year for the combustion class were around 5.60. So if, for example, Pomona would be able to get their 5.80 in both directions, they would be pretty close to that already. On the electric front, it's a bit different because there's Delft with a very outlying speed. They had a 5.07 last year. Which is due to their Apollo tires, but they're the only team using those. The guys from Eindhoven, the other Dutch team, actually also have Apollos, but both teams developed their own. And the Eindhoven tires apparently aren't quite as fast as the Delft ones. Either way, the second fastest electric team last year was a 5.47. That was Freiberg, I believe. And yeah, the point spread below that was quite a bit narrower. So number 11 actually clocked a 6.00 on the electrics.
Yeah, so on the combustion side, the best time last year was a 5.60 from GFR, Corvallis OSU, car number 1. The second time last year was a 5.8, so there was some sort of a gap there. That was Stuttgart, and the third place was UAS or Joanneum Graz last year with a 5.8. So indeed, Thijs, as you said, the time from Cal Poly, Pomona, the 5.8, if they manage to get it in both directions, they really have a really competitive time to maybe even get top 3 here.
I see they've already lined up for their second run with the first driver. So let's see what they can do in a little bit. First up, though, Hertfordshire with their second driver, because they had both of their first runs already.
Hertfordshire finished 9th overall at the UK event last month. They were actually the second place UK team there. The first place team, Bath, is not competing here, so I guess we could say they're the top team competing here from FS UK.
Yeah, you can probably say that.
Hertfordshire pulling up to the starting line again for their second driver.
Meanwhile, the guys from Hamburg-Weiden are rolling up to the line. They are, of course, in the first driver queue, so they might be able to get ahead of Pomona. They actually have their four-wheel drive car, which is quite a bit different from the way it was last year. They have different motors now. And they were doing very well at the UK as well before they got disqualified in a much talked about endurance incident where a couple of teams were disqualified for breaching aerodynamics rules. But they were surprisingly fast up to that point. I think we can confidently say that these guys have improved a lot over last year, so let's see what they can do.
Hertfordshire appears to be having some issues on this Skidpad run. They've stopped midway through the course. Can't tell if he's just run wide while switching directions or if there's a problem with the car. So they'll get a DNF for that run, but they'll still have one more run to try to better their previous best time of 6.02 seconds.
Meanwhile, Delft is whizzing about and sliding about on the test track.
Hertfordshire is lining up for their final run of Skidpad now.
So Amberg-Weiden have started their car. The TSAL is blinking. Of course, to be top of their class, they'll be aiming for the 6.18 times from the Belgian guys. But I'm sure they want to beat the 6:02 all-out fastest lap so far. Let's see if Hertfordshire can best their own time first.
So Hertfordshire is making their final run, so we can indeed confirm that there was nothing wrong with the car whatsoever. It's running clean, it's running smoothly, so let's see what the time will be. And indeed, as Thijs just said, Amberg-Weiden proved themselves to be very fast at recent events. So the time they will set really will give a proper indication about what is possible on this very, very wet pad this year. Hertfordshire is finishing their run with a 6.78, so that's no improvement. They still have the best time today, so that's good for them, but no improvement in this run, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's bad news for Hertfordshire though, because I've just found out that their time is actually 1 millisecond slower than that of Pomona. So even though both times are purple on the board, they are no longer on top overall.
Bei irgendeiner Kamera steht ein Stuhl, wo keiner ist. Ich glaube, wir haben noch 4 Kameras in Betrieb und 4 Stühle haben wir mit.
So that means that Pomona, who are now trying to start their car, already have the fastest lap. But like I said, they already showed promise of being even faster. Let's find out what they can do. But first, Amberg-Weiden is out.
So we can see Amberg-Weiden really turning the corners very fast. First lap right was a 6:07. So let's see what their left laps will do. Thijs, in terms of Skidpad times, it seems to be that the electric cars seem to be a little bit faster than the combustion cars. Does it have something to do with four-wheel drive and or steering? Meanwhile, fastest time of the day, 5.94, and they still have the second run to go, so that's very cool.
Yeah, first let's see what they can do in their second run, and after that let's see what Pomona can do. But yeah, of course, the electric teams, especially the four-wheel drive ones, and well, any team with more than one motor basically, has the availability of, or at least the possibility of implementing torque factoring, which should, in theory, help quite a lot. So that might explain, that might be part of the explanation why electric teams tend to be a bit faster around here. The 5.81 on their left lap essentially tied the Pomona time. So now it's a 5.86 on their right lap. Almost 2/10 quicker than the previous one. And their overall time is a 5.81. The 5.76 is actually the fastest time of left or right on any direction, but I think they clipped the cone, so that might have cost them 0.2 of a second. That is the penalty you get on Skidpad for knocking over a cone. Of course, in autocross and endurance, it's actually a 2-second penalty because seconds are so expensive here on Skidpad, it's only 0.2 of a second. That'll still knock them down quite a few points though, so their fastest lap on the scoring board, on the scoring sheet at the end of the day so far will be a 5.94. Of course, they still have their second driver, so let's see what he can do. But this does give us an indication that the 5.8 is at least possible on this track. Let's see if Pomona can beat that, because we know they were pretty close before. there we go. Their right time was quite a bit quicker than the previous one, and their left time was about as fast, which means that their overall time is quite a bit quicker than their previous one. So the 5.87 we see right now is the fastest combustion time by quite a bit, bettering the time from Hertfordshire by about 150 milliseconds. They are a little bit slower still than Amberg-Weiden on their theoretical fastest lap.
With that, the queue to get into the skid pad is empty again, so now is probably as good a time as ever to come get your laps in if your car is ready to go.
Yeah, as we saw last year's and also in other competitions, it can be quite close at the end, Austin. And if you see big queues lining up before the end of the day, what would be a reason for teams to wait out and not drive already?
One of the main reasons, I think, is many of the teams are still passing scrutineering. There are some very stringent safety checks that all the cars have to go through before competing, and some of the teams are making some final tweaks to get through that scrutineering process at the moment.
Yeah, but we also have seen it might be a safe idea for teams to already get the time in, make sure they, well, have a proper time, get their points, and maybe later on the day guess whether they can beat that time again. But that's maybe also the reason why Amberg-Weiden already chose to drive now. They have a time, they have a very good time, and they're safe for now, making last-minute adjustments and waiting out their day.
All right, while we're on the subject of scrutineering, let's do a little update. On the combustion front, there are 73 teams that actually made it to Hockenheim. Out of those, 36 have fully passed all checks on scrutineering. On the electric front, though, there are 38 teams, out of which 8 have been fully confirmed to have passed all tests. We think that these are up to date, these numbers. There might have been a couple more teams that have come through since the last update, though. So per the schedule, the Skidpad would normally close around 6:30 this evening. We have seen in the past that there were instances where that was delayed a little bit if the officials deem it partly due to the progress in scrutineering that teams haven't gotten a chance to run. But normally we should assume that the track will actually close at that time. So we'll have to see how many teams actually do make it to the track, considering that about half of the combustion teams have come through and less than a quarter actually of the electric teams have come through scrutineering so far. Let's hope they can all make it. So quick rundown of the standings so far. We've had 5 cars, and we mixed the electric and the combustion cars. It's Amberg-Weiden with the fastest lap so far with a 5.81. Then there's Pomona pretty close with a 5.87. Hatfield from Hertfordshire with a 6.02. Leuven from Belgium with a 6.18, and Moscow with a 6.27.
You have to remember that Amberg's fastest lap has a 0.2 second penalty added to it. So the fastest lap they'll be scored with so far is a 5.94. That would be a good time to go onto the wet pad. The sprinklers appear to have stopped. Many of the teams can get out here quickly. Oh, too late. It appears as if Amberg Weiden are coming back to make a run of their second driver now. He's at least making his way through the paddock to the entrance to the dynamic area.
And also we see the Belgium team coming in again for their second driver, so run 3 and 4. Oh, probably it will be the first driver's second run because he did only one run in the first time.
Yep, I think those guys made an anti-roll bar setting, if I heard them correctly. So let's see what they can do. Yeah, that's 6.18 previous time around. And we know that it should be possible on this track right now to be about 0.3 of a second quicker. So let's see what happens.
Jetzt kann man das wegschalten, hier kurz nicht raus, wir versuchen die Timo zu ändern. Alles klar, ich gehört. Mit der Suche sind wir leider nicht, ich glaube, das passt nicht, aber wir arbeiten mit der Arbeit.
Behind the Belgians, we've got car number 270 from Coburg joining the queue for wet skid pad as well.
Meanwhile, the Belgium team, the scrutineers are checking the car on the left rear tire, but it seems okay. It's just a precautionary check, which they do at all cars before starting the dynamic event. Also on the weather update, we could hear the driver briefing this morning that it is expected to become a little bit better during the day. Of course, for the wet pad forecast remains wet. But I hope we can all take off our jackets in the afternoon and start wearing sunglasses there.
Yeah, shorts were a bad choice this morning. Belgian team just waiting for some repairs to be made to the water supply to the wet skid pad. The officials doing a very good job to stop a leak. I think they're proving that you can actually fix anything with zip ties.
Meanwhile, the team from Coburg is entering their first driver lane. The team from Coburg traditionally names their cars after cats. This car is named Caracal, if I remember correctly. This is a tradition. It's of course the cat racing from Coburg. The team has been here quite a lot of times. They have been also this year attending Italy and FS East, and they won both of these events. So in fact, we do expect them to really set a proper time here. So let's see what they can do. The team really has been here since I think 2008, 2009. Thijs, what do you think? And has been a good overall player in recent years, and really seems to have stepped up their game this year. So let's see what they can do.
Vorne an der Optik schon drin und nicht mehr zurück.
Got the sprinklers up and running again, and sounds like Coburg is warming up their engine in preparation for their skid pad run.
Das weiß ich nicht. Also drin ist das Wasser. Das weiß ich leider auch nicht, glaube ich.
They're pulling up to the start line now. Meanwhile, Pomona is joining the queue once again with their car, which they call the Stallion.
All right, Coburg lining up. So 6.70 is particularly fast on their right-hand lap. The left one was a bit better already with a 6.38. So averaging is 6.54.
Looks like they're taking their second run right away.
It did seem like the driver was struggling a little bit on their right-hand lap to keep the car steady. The revs were going up and down a bit. Let's see if they can be more, shall we say, steady state through the corner.
This run is sounding a lot smoother so far.
It is also quite a bit faster, almost half a second on the right-hand lap. But there again, it's actually revving up and down a bit on their left-hand lap, so that'll probably cost them some time. Still, it's a 6.27, basically the same time left and right, so that's pretty nice. I do think that they can even go a bit quicker with their second driver, so let's see what the Leuven guys can do. So remember, this is still their first driver, it's the second run, and their previous run was a 6.18. It's a very careful in-lap, and the right-hand time is a 6.24. That is pretty much exactly the same time they drove on the first one. It's 6 milliseconds slower. Left-hand lap is pretty quick though. It's a 6.19, so overall that is not an improvement for the overall lap.
Pomona's second driver now, their best time so far is 5.87 second average time, so hopefully their second driver can improve that slightly.
The guys from Leuven are very consistent though. Their second run for the first driver was only 7 milliseconds slower than the first one.
Rechts kannst du wirklich auf das Auto gehen.
Tice really likes his milliseconds.
Pomona is sliding spectacularly, but the driver seems to be able to keep the car under control. It's a 5.96 for the right-hand lap.
I think the technical term for that, Tice, is giving her the beans.
It's a 5.87, which actually pretty much matches their previous time.
It's probably a few milliseconds different, Tice. Can you confirm?
I can confirm that it's 10 milliseconds quicker, actually.
So actually this time, the 5.87 would have been last year, the second time already. So this is really, really a good time if you compare it to the times of last year. Of course, conditions have changed, cars have improved, but maybe they'll be able to keep it up in the top three overall. Let's see the rest of the day.
really goes to show you don't have to wait till the end of the event here to set a good time in wet pad.
Yep, like we mentioned earlier, we do not expect a lot of track development, if any at all. So any time would be a good time to try and get the best time today, I guess, today.
Yeah, there have been numerous times in the past where teams have been trying to be strategic and ended up missing the event by waiting too long to get on track, and as a result they've lost points.
Nee, sie meinte 3,5, 3,6 netto. Keine Ahnung, weil sie auch schon länger arbeitet als du.
So the guys from California, from Pomona, apparently are not planning to do any setup changes. They just wanted to work out. So they're coming around one more time, and they will take their very last run in a bit. Let's see what they can do, if they can go even faster than the phenomenal 10 milliseconds improvement they just did.
I think they just like getting cheered on by their fan club over there.
Nope, they are turning around. Maybe they're going back in again. Let's see what they do. Yes, they like the workout, I think, Austin. What do you think?
Yeah, you can really tell they've got some nice thighs.
Started double.
The Pomona car has a secret sticker on it of one of their team members, Danny, who couldn't make it to the competition, but he has managed to get his sticker on the car. So if you're around the paddock, have a look and see if you can spot it.
Nein, dass du auch kein Headset hast, Fabian. Nein, ich habe ein Headset.
Dann besorgen wir dir mal ein Headset. Ja.
You go with the Stallion from Cal Poly Pomona lines up to take their final wet pad run of the day.
Yeah, so remember, the best time from the combustion cars on the skid pad, on the wet pad here in Germany was a 5.6. Let's see if Pomona can beat the 5.6 that was set last year by Rennteam Stuttgart. Yes, they have a new fastest time, 5.76. So this will place them very high, I believe, today. Of course, a little correction there. The fastest time last year was not Stuttgart, but GFR, of course.
You have Amberg-Weiden getting back in queue to take their second run of the day. Sorry, their third run of the day.
In all of their runs so far, Cal Poly have actually had a 0.2 of a second difference between the left and the right one, whereas other teams have been able to lap consistently left and right. Pomona's 5.67 actually indicates that the track should be about as fast as last year, because that is very close to the fastest already. So Amberg-Weiden, pretty close to starting up their car. We should see the light flashing soon, and let's see if they can. Well, first of all, they can match their best time so far, because of course that time had a cone, so that would already be an improvement. But maybe they can go even faster all out. With that, we just saw the fastest combustion time and overall time of the day just now, and we're about to see the fastest electric team so far. Amberg Weiden's off on their first run, second driver. They're looking really good, and it's 5.766.
So just slightly slower than Pomona, but still, I think the quickest electric time of the day so far.
Yep, you're going to bash me for this again, but it's actually 4 milliseconds slower than the time from Pomona. So they're very close now, the best electric and the best combustion time. But of course, Amberg Weiden still have one run to go. They're a bit slower so far in the warm-up lap, and it doesn't seem like they will be able to break their previous lap. They actually do by improving a lot on their left-hand lap, even though they were slower on the right hand. It's a 5.76 now, which is almost the exact same time as they just ran, but it's 9 milliseconds quicker.
So Thijs, the big question is, are they now the fastest car of the day? Are they faster than Pomona?
They are actually by 5 milliseconds. So the full times are 5.757 for Amberg Weiden and a 5.762 for Pomona. But like we said, they're pretty much matched at this point.
Next in line, we have Stralsund Baltic Racing. They've actually got a dolphin mascot, which would be perfectly suited for these conditions. Is the dolphin mascot anywhere in the crowd? I don't seem to see the dolphin. Walfred. I can't see Walfred the dolphin.
5 hört auch.
So Austin, a fun fact about the Stralsund team I have here in my notes that this is in fact the oldest German team. So they started really the Formula student culture in Germany, and look where we are now. I think about 16 years, 20 years later, this big event. It really they were one of the few founders of Formula student. So let's see what they can do here. Car starting up.
Baltic Racing pulling up to the starting line now. Installed the engine, but that shouldn't be a problem for Skidpad. So you can get restarted in a timely manner.
Meanwhile, we see a very big slide on the test area. I don't know exactly which car it is, but it is surely having fun over there.
That was quite a good drift, if you ask me. Maybe they can add that to the event schedule next year. Formula Student Drift.
Stralsund will have to get their car going pretty quickly, otherwise this might count as a DNF, although I'm not sure what the officials would do with this. We shall see pretty quickly on the board, I guess. Meanwhile, our Polish friends from Wrocław are definitely tearing up the test track. I'm very looking forward to seeing them on the Skidpad. If they pull these moves there too, then that'll be a lot of fun. I'm not sure what the driver's training for right now, but it certainly looks like fun. Maybe they have elected to do their test on slicks, I'm not sure. Stralsund are being pushed off, I think. Yep.
Auf Facebook Cornelia Otschik unter meinen Freunden und ich schreibe ihr jetzt auf WhatsApp, sie soll das annehmen.
Wenn er nach zweimal nicht oder dreimal nicht anspringt, hör auf den Motor.
The guys from UA as Lemgo, car 398, are lining up. As Stralsund is being pushed off, so they're not electing to try again immediately.
Lemgo's got a few unique features on their car. They've got a small chessboard on the rear wing, just formed by the plies of the carbon fiber laminate that it's made of. Also have some tool storage locations, and a safety guardian in the car named Leah Eric.
Stralsund, meanwhile, has not appeared on the board yet, so it seems that the officials have been lenient and haven't counted this as their first run. So they should be able to get all 4 runs in if they get the car running, which of course we assume they will.
If you're trying to pick a team to cheer for, Lemgo is not a bad choice. They've told us that if they finish in the top 10, everybody on the team will shave their heads. They've performed quite well so far this year, finishing 5th overall at FS Italy and 12th overall in Austria.
So Lemgo 2 having a little bit of trouble keeping their car running. That does seem to be a recurring thing with some of the combustion cars, but they are off now. Let's see if they can make it past the green flag.
So the time of Lemgo with their safety guardian is 6.36, which is a really good time. Let's see what the second run will deliver.
Brembo sets off on their second run of the day.
Meanwhile, I'm having a look at the dynamic area. It's still pretty quiet here. There's not a lot of teams actually preparing to go out for Skidpad. Some of them still want to get a few test laps in first. I can see Uni Erlangen here, Oregon State University, the combustion car. Delft is lining up for another run.
Lemgo's second run at an average time of 6.51 seconds. Their right turns look very smooth and consistent. They had some handling issues in their left-hand turns though and lost some time.
I'm currently standing next to the Stralsund car, who did have some trouble trying to start up just now at Skidpad. They do have their engine running now, laptop connected, probably trying to tune the motor mapping settings a bit. Motor does seem to be running smoothly now, so you can probably expect them back pretty soon.
Perhaps they need Walfred the Dolphin to come out for some extra motivation as well.
Meanwhile, at the scrutineering area, I can see the teams of Eindhoven and AMZ Zurich lining up for the tilt table test. So it seems they are progressing through scrutineering steadily but slowly.
We're now an hour and 6 minutes into the Skidpad event, and it's still wet. We anticipate it will remain wet.
So with a good hour into the Skidpad, we've had 7 teams so far attempting a run. So that's 1 team every 10 minutes. We will have to pick up the pace a little bit if all teams want to finish today.
Ja, you should get one.
Hopefully this ambient rain will come to a stop shortly. According to the forecast, it was only really supposed to be light showers this morning for about an hour or so, but it seems to be a bit worse than was predicted.
So car 218 has fixed their problems and is aligning back again to the skid pad area. So Stralsund is up for another run. It's good to see that they have fixed their issues, whatever it was.
I'm not sure if I'm just imagining it, but the sky looks a bit brighter to the north of the circuit, so hopefully that's the direction the weather's coming from at the moment. Stralsund still waiting to make their appearance onto the skid pad again. Meanwhile, the driver on the test track doesn't appear to see the checkered flag that's been waving for a while now. Having fun driving around in circles.
I think now he's seen it and he's coming back in again. So he did see it after some time, but I think there's no problems there.
No, better late than never.
Stralsund still not very convincing on the starting line of Skidpad. Although yes, here we are. We're back to life, and now let's hope that the driver can actually keep it running while lining up for the Skidpad. So far, so good. Rev it up. Green flag. And Stralsund's up with a lot of wheel spin. And they're actually on the wet pad.
Yes, this must be the most spectacular skid pad start we have seen today, Thijs.
Really making sure he wasn't going to stall again.
The laps so far seem very, very clean. Driver is making not too much movement, so expect proper times here. And indeed, the 609 is the first right-hand corner. Let's see what the left-hand lap will bring.
It's a 6.07. That's a very decent first lap. Let's see what they can do in the next one, because they're, of course, allowed to take their second run right away.
So let's see if he can get off with a lot of wheel spin again. A little bit less this time, unfortunately for us.
Oh, bit of hesitation there. And it is slightly slower. Let's see what the left-hand lap does. Oh, he bailed out. He actually exited the Skidpad track too early and therefore didn't set a left-hand lap time. So that'll count as a DNF, unfortunately. This was the final lap for this driver. Strausen will, of course, get 2 more laps with their second driver.
Auf Gas nehmen, wenn du ihn ausmachst.
So yeah, you would think that driving 2 laps to the right and 2 to the left is doable. We have seen much worse last year, though. There were teams that somehow managed to actually drive the left-hand lap clockwise rather than counterclockwise. So we've seen worse than this, but still, it's a bit of a shame that the driver couldn't count to 2 in this instance.
Yeah, but maybe it's precautionary because something was wrong with the car. We don't know this from our point of view, of course. So maybe it was a precautionary measure to exit the Skidpad early. I cannot say this at that time what it was, but at least it was a DNF. So the first time counts, which was a very good time of 6:07.
Looks like a new car is rolling up towards the start line at Skidpad. There are friends from Turkey, from Istanbul, car 340.
我很好的话，我下午直接看你。
This car certainly has the most spectacular ARB levers that I've seen so far. They stick out quite a bit at the rear end.
Also ich brauche nichts, ich hab das.
Meanwhile, the fastest combustion team from last year is electing to do a test run. GFR is doing a full-fledged Skidpad simulation with start and everything.
The official's just making some final checks on the car from Turkey before it takes to the skid pad. Looks like everything's going to plan so far.
They are being pushed off, unfortunately. Apparently there was something that caused the officials to decide that right now is not a good time for the Turkish guys to run. Let's hope they can make it back soon. So with that, it looks like the Skidpad is completely abandoned again. However, in the distance we can see GFR car 201, the combustion car, rolling up. Like I said previously, they were the fastest car last year, so let's see what they can do. Of course, the fastest right now is a 5.76. Last year was a 5.60 for GFR.
So they will be really looking forward to break the 5.6 marks and get it into the 5.5s, I presume, to beat their time of last year and of course be the overall top scorer here. GFR, of course, a very highly ranked competitor in the last few years. Not the last few years, but I believe since 2010, 2009, they really are at the top, really dominant and dominating the FS combustion competition. So let's see what they can do on the Skidpad. This time will certainly be a reference for the other top combustion teams. I'm 100% sure about that.
As the car rolls past us, I've noticed they've taped over the manufacturer of the tires, trying to keep an air of secrecy about their run. Of course, I think they'll have to have revealed the manufacturer to the scrutineering team as they went through that over the past few days.
Yeah, and don't forget that GFR was really the first team to start with really the big wings. They invested quite a lot and were really one of the first teams to prove actually that wings do work.
Yep, together with other front runners in that respect, such as Monash from Australia, who of course are always also here this year. The rules considering, for example, aero checks for scrutineering have been a bit different this year than they were in previous years. A bit more of the responsibility has been shifted towards the teams. They are responsible at all times. I mean, they always were, but even more so now that their car is compliant at all times, and it's even not anymore checked at scrutineering. However, there can be random checks throughout the event, and that's something we just saw with the GFR car. One of the officials at the start line took a little probe and put it under the car to see if it actually complies with the 30mm clearance rule. The new rules for this year dictate that you are in fact allowed to touch the ground, which will not happen in Skidpad normally. It might happen tomorrow with autocross and then Sunday on endurance, as long as that's not obviously something that helps you in gaining aerodynamic performance. You will no longer be disqualified for just hitting the track in a certain position shortly because of a bump or something. The intent of that rule is that you will not be able to use skids that can slide over the ground to gain a lot of aerodynamic performance. You do have to be compliant with the rule at all times that while you're static with your driver on board, every single part of the car except for the tires, is at least 30 millimeters off the ground. It looks like GFR are about to start. Brake lights on.
Not as bright as Hertfordschure's brake light. Not as sexy either, but still very functional.
Yeah, the Hertfordshire brake light is probably one of the best brake lights here. Meanwhile, GFR have started. They've got a pretty spectacular exhaust. If you haven't seen it, you should go check it out. It's really long. They're still very light though. I think they're about 150 kilograms this year, 155. They stalled a little bit, started again. They have been given the clear by the officials to go. Green flag. They've been practicing this for the entire morning, of course. Let's see what they can do. It's a 6.10 for the right-hand lap, which actually isn't that fast compared to some of the times we've seen. It's about a tenth slower and a bit compared to the Cal Poly car.
I was just looking at the scores of recent years, and it seems that GFR was not only the Skidpad winner last year, but have been for the last 3 years in a row. So really, they are up at their game.
Well, yeah, but at the time, at the moment, they're actually 2/10 slower than the Cal Poly car and also slower than the Amberg Weiden car. Let's see if they can improve that on a second run. It was a 5.98, barely besting the 6-second mark on the first run. So let's see what they can do. It's a 6.1. 5.9 now on the right-hand lap. It's a bit faster. Not very fast in absolute terms, though.
No, I thought I saw the driver making a slight steering wheel change in the second right-hand corner, so maybe it was a little bit underestimating the corners.
So interestingly and counterintuitively, their setup laps have been quicker in both right direction and left direction. That's not something you can see on the scoreboard, but the setup laps for Corvallis, for Oregon State University, GFR, are actually in the 5.7 range in both directions. However, the laps that were counted towards their final score are both 5.9, a 5.88 and a 5.92 in the other direction. So their fastest time so far is a 5.899. With that, they're 0.28 of a second off the quickest time so far. These were both of the runs for the first driver. I'm sure they'll go back to doing some setup work and after second driver out pretty soon. Meanwhile, we can see Stralsund coming up for their first run of the second driver. Their fastest run so far was a 6.07, which is still on the board. They're quite a bit quicker, actually. It's a 5.71. That's an excellent first lap.
And a 5.70.
That is quite spectacular. It's actually the best lap by a bit so far. And remember, they still have one lap to go, which they elect to take immediately. Let's see what they can do in their next lap. They've been very consistent in this lap. They were pretty much the exact same time left and right.
They appear to have got their engine issues sorted out, and notably they don't have any wings, and they're still able to set a quick time on the skid pad.
Let's see if they can improve their time.
The right-hand time is just a bit slower, a 5.82 second average time.
Yep, so we can probably assume that their previous lap was the fastest of the day for them. But it was an excellent lap, even though the left-hand lap is a bit quicker than the right-hand lap now. So 5.70 for Stralsund so far.
Meanwhile, car 311 is lining up for the starting line.
cars from the KJ Somaiya College of Engineering in Mumbai, also called Orion Racing.
So with that new time of Stralsund, that means that the previous title holders are now 0.2 of a second off pace. Really curious to see what they will do with their second driver, if they're able to find some more speed.
Team at the starting line now is Orion Racing. They have been here already for 9 years, since 2007. So these guests from India really have attended the event for quite a while. Let's see whether they can participate at the sprint event. At not all years they have participated in dynamic events. The first time they passed scrutineering was in 2011. So for the past 4 years they already have competed at the dynamic events. So again, this year they're up to their game.
They actually managed to finish the endurance in 2012. Of course, we'd love to see him do that again next Sunday.
And they've got the engine started, preparing to pull up to the start line of the skid pad.
Also, the car well, drives away quite easily. What we do not see with all the cars, some cars really have some troubles with their clutches, maybe because it's in some cases an automatic clutch, but not for the Indian team. They're ready to go, and it seems all good. Again, a lot of wheel spin off the line. Great.
Driver a bit loose on the right-hand lap. He's made a few corrections, but he's managed to not hit any cones. Time of 6.26 seconds is respectable. Finishes the run with an average time of 6.46 seconds. The left-hand lap was a bit slower than the right-hand lap, but still a good solid time to get on the board. Looks like he's going for his second lap right away.
To give you some perspective, this time last year would have been top 30, whereas the best result at the Skidpad until now is place 37. So they're really up to beating their own best performance. And a big slide.
Manages to not hit any cones again. He's really got great car control.
Actually, the second right-hand lap is a lot cleaner and quite fast at a 6.15. So let's see if we can keep it up in the left-hand turns. Final time is a 6.54, somewhat slower, but still this is a great result for the team.
Notice both right-hand laps were significantly quicker than the left-hand laps, so they may have some setup work to do before the second driver goes in for his 2 laps.
Yeah, I also thought the driver was holding in a bit in the second left-hand lap. I think there are no issues there, but it was just a bit of caution there, not to slide too much and lose too much time. But overall, a 6.4, as said, last year would have been top 30, which would be a significant improvement with the results from last year. So it's a great result.
We've now got car number 280 from Kassel, University of Kassel, coming up to the starting line. Gets a clap from somebody in the crowd.
Actually, the team from Kassel University tomorrow will bring a fan bus. So I don't know if a lot of teams do that, but they fill an entire bus and bring it to here. The car is named Hydra, after one of the works of Hercules. And also the racing team is named Hercules Racing, after a statue in the city of Kassel. So great mythology there.
You may remember their car from last year had a massive rear wing on it. We kept calling it the barbecue grill rear wing. Speaking to them yesterday, this rear wing actually weighs half as much as their wing from last year.
So when another car approaches, it's the team from Bruno, car number 299.
The name of the car of the team from Renault is Dragon 6. It features a custom turbocharger made by Rapid Prototyping. The team motto is one heart, one cylinder, one team. That's very fitting for them.
In my personal opinion, one cylinder is really the perfect amount of cylinders for any car, but maybe I'm biased a little bit on that field.
They do have a very distinct sound to them, really cutting to the ears. We've got car 358 from the University of Erlangen in the line as well. And also joining the line is US Heilbronn, car number 239. But now Kassel Racing is taking the green flag for the Skidpad.
Yeah, Kassel Racing quite proud of their wooden wings. So if you haven't seen them, please go to their pits. They are very eager to tell you everything they can do with wood.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck? If a woodchuck could chuck wood, keep the woodchuck away from Kassel. Here they get the green flag for Skidpad. Right-hand lap with a time of 6.67 seconds. Good steady run so far. Bit of a slide across the line. It looks like he's taken out a cone, but an average time of 6.56 seconds, plus the 0.2 second penalty, which I believe will be added.
But the fastest lap was a 6.4, so it shows the potential of the car, and maybe in the second run it can go even faster.
Meanwhile, in the dynamic area, things have quieted down a bit. Most of the officials are actually out for lunch, so progress for some teams has been halted quite a bit. As we see a couple more teams lining up, so pretty much for the first time now we actually have a proper line with 3 cars. The guys from Brno, from the Czech Republic, have just started their car. I just talked to the guys from Stralsund in their pits. They're pretty happy with their time of 5.70, as they should be. They're one of the cars driving on the new 16-inch Continental tires. They figured that maybe there's an extra tenth of a second in there, but they felt they did pretty well with their driver and their setup as they have it now, which is corroborated by the very steady lap times that they had, very consistently left and right. Let's see what the guys from Brno can do.
Team Bruno actually came in second at the Formula Czech competition, and at acceleration they scored 44 points, which is a really good score. So let's see if they can keep it up at FS Germany here also.
A right lap time of 6.46. And left time, a few tenths of a second quicker, 6.21 for an average of 6.33 seconds. A solid first run for the team from Brno.
Team from Erlangen, meanwhile, started the car but stalled, but starts again, so they're off to go. Another fun fact about the team from Bruno, they won all the static events, if my information is correct, at the Czech Republic event. So they had the maximum score, 75 for cost, 150 for design, and 75 for presentation. So this team is really getting up to the top teams, I believe.
Second run looks a bit quicker on the right-hand side. We'll see if they can continue the improvement on the left hand as they cross the finish line now. Time of 6.14 seconds is quite a big improvement.
I think the second driver will really try to beat the 6-second mark at the next round. It's really a good time for Bruno. Meanwhile, the University of Erlangen has started.
Just noticed the beer can catch tank on the Castle car. It's quite a good feature that several of the cars I've seen this weekend have. One way to recycle.
Erlangen's beer cans are particularly beautiful though. You should definitely go and check them out.
Do you think they need to put a deposit down in the cost report ties?
Yeah, probably. I actually had a peek for the cost report. It was pretty complete. They even put in photographs of their very beautiful catch cans that, like I said, were beer cans. One of them had a huge Viking on them.
I reckon if they could sell the beer, they could have some negative amounts on the cost report. It's an interesting strategy they could look at next year.
We should probably check with the cost judges if they would count that towards their score in a positive way.
Meanwhile, they're really improving their score there, and the fastest time they have driven so far with a 6.18.
Heilbronn takes the green flag now.
And as they drive off pretty loudly, the guys from Kassel are lining up again. Interestingly, they do have the exact same tires as the team from Stralsund that just drove the fast laps today with a 5.70.
An average time of 6.72 seconds from Heilbronn. A good first time to get on the board. Hopefully they can improve on their second run.
Quite a dramatic improvement on their left-hand lap compared to the right-hand. They seem to have stalled momentarily, but I would assume that they elect to immediately take their second lap and try and beat that. If they can come close to the lap time they did on the left-hand side, they should be able to get a lot of points. Kassel have restarted and are now waiting for the signal that they can go and take their run. That'll be the second run for their first driver. But first, it's the second run for the first driver for Heilbronn UAS, and let's see if they can find some more consistency.
Looks like they've knocked over a cone and transitioned from right-hand to left-hand lanes.
They were a bit faster on their right-hand lap, but that has now been almost completely negated by that cone, unfortunately. It is a 6.55, which means that with the cone even, it's about as fast as the previous lap. That means that there's quite some potential left for the second driver to be had. They should be able to get a 6.50 clean, you would expect. Let's see what Kassel can do. They're looking to improve on their first time of 6.56.
The team from Kassel had the first place in acceleration in Austria, as they told us yesterday. In addition, they're very proud to reduce their overall car weight by 30 kilograms. They were also second in the autocross in Italy, so they're really aiming for a top 10 position, which will be very happy for them. So let's see if they can bring the Skidpad home.
As Kassel takes their run, car 234 from Chennai lines up to take the green flag next. Kassel's right-hand lap is a 6.36 second lap. It's about 0.3 quicker than their first right-hand lap. The left-hand is even quicker, 5.87 for an average of 6.12 seconds. It's an improvement of 0.4 of a second over their first run. So a good base for their second driver to take over with.
Yep, we now know that the tires they drive on have at least another 0.4 of a second in them. So let's see what their second driver can do. With Chennai, we already have our second Indian team today, so they're doing pretty well.
It's the Camber Racing team from Chennai.
The team from Chennai has won the SAE India competitions 2 times, in 2012 and 2014, and are here in Germany for the second time. They participated also last year with an overall position of place 70. If I look to the scores, I fear they were not able to finish endurance last year, so they will be really looking forward in order to do that this year.
The time, meanwhile, from Kassel once again shows that consistency is really key in this event. There's a pretty dramatic difference between the two runs they did. 5.87 left hand and a 6.36 on the right hand. If they were to be able to manage to get their time down to that 5.8 that they managed on the left, they would be much closer to the top time. It's only 17/100ths of a second off the best time so far. But yeah, let's see if their second driver can do that.
Meanwhile, Chennai's just pulled off from the side of the line to start the skid pad. I'm not sure if they've had some technical issues they're dealing with or need to make some adjustments in order to pass one of the checks that the officials are performing. They seem to be remaining calm, so I don't think it's anything too serious. Looks like they're focusing on the front left suspension. Just spoken with the team members, and there's a nut they need to tighten up before they take the start, so not a big deal. Just need to run to the pits and get the right spanner, and they'll be good to go. Without jinxing us, I think the rain is coming to an end here. The temperature's warmed up a little bit, not significantly, but I'm beginning to be tempted to take my jacket off.
The weather forecast for the wet pad, unfortunately, is still wet.
Only 5.5 more hours of us joking about the wet pad being wet, so getting close to the end.
Der ist schon da, Pfosten ist da, ich kann nicht.
Closer at least. So far we've seen 14 teams attempting a skid pad run. 4 of those actually put in all 4 of their laps, the others only 2. We're almost 2 hours in. Like I said, we do need to speed up a bit. There's currently no teams lining up in the dynamic area, it would seem. Nobody's planning to take a skip at anytime soon.
Yeah, don't forget about the Indian team. They are planning to do the Skidpad and are really looking forward to a quick fix. I expect them to run for Skidpad anytime soon, so they'll be up there in any moment.
Yep, absolutely. In addition to the Indian friends, of course.
Looks like the team from Chennai has got their spanner and making the tightening adjustment now.
Das weiß ich, ich habe hier eigentlich gerade das Gefühl, dass ich rausgekommen bin. Braucht ihr auch noch Wasser oder mehr? Ja, ist Abstand. Ja, Wasser auch, aber hauptsächlich den anderen Kram. Okay, passt. Und dann nur noch mal kurz fragen, wie generell der Plan mit Essen ist heute.
Außer wenn es Fußarbeit ist, da muss man entscheiden, ob man links wieder reinbiegt oder rechts ran dann, aber dann ist wieder der Exit. Da war man dann weiter.
So now maybe is a good moment to say hi to our live stream viewers online. I also already had some WhatsApp messages from some persons there. So thank you all for the good comments there. We ourselves at this moment cannot see the live stream itself, nor can we see the comments. We hope to improve this during the weekend, but we can also answer your questions there. In the meantime, Austin, we also have the FSG commentary live Twitter.
Yeah, that's correct. The Twitter handle is @FSG Live. We've got an iPad down here, so if you've got any questions or comments or jokes or anything you want us to talk about or try to find out for you, let us know. Send us a tweet at @FSG Live, and we'll do our best to find an answer for you. That goes for everybody here at the event site and everybody watching on the live stream.
Preferably questions that can be answered in terms of milliseconds would be appreciated. Thanks.
Yes, basically any technical detailed question for Thijs here, I'm quite sure he can answer it from his wild and vast knowledge of Formula Student in the past 10 years. So difficult questions I will redirect to Thijs. The more easy ones maybe Austin and myself can answer.
I've actually got a prize for somebody who can ask Thijs a question about Formula Student that he can't answer.
Yes, this is a challenge, and also for the alumni on the WhatsApp group that I'm currently looking at.
I have an answer to a question that hasn't been asked, actually. The design finalists for the electric event were announced this morning. They were Stuttgart, the University of Stuttgart, Green Team, Zurich, Wien, and so Vienna, and Karlsruhe. Those are the 4 teams that will participate in the finals tonight. Of course, the design event for the combustion teams is taking place as we speak, and their design finalists will probably be announced tomorrow morning, and their design finals will be tomorrow evening.
Yeah, also the statics that take place for the combustion teams today might be a reason that some teams, such as Cal Poly and GFR, already went in for their first run because of planning reasons in regards to the statics they have today. Cal Poly already 4, indeed.
Looks like the team from Chennai has made the adjustments, and they're now rolling their car back around to the start line for Skidpad. Chennai now have their engine started. It looks like they're about to roll around to the start line. Get the green flag and they're off. Very tentative start, but building up speed in the first lap.
Yes, the other Indian team, their colleagues from Orion Racing, had significantly more wheel spin at the start. He's taking it very careful, but maybe in his second lap he will gain some confidence about the car and get it to work a little bit faster. Let's see.
Of course, this is a nice demonstration of why we drive 2 laps right, 2 laps left. That gives the driver in the car time to sort of set it up such that the second lap in each direction can be driven fully steady state. As they drive a 7.47, I'm confident they can do a bit quicker in their second lap.
Looked like the driver was building confidence. The left-hand lap was about a second quicker than the right-hand lap, so hopefully he can continue that trend moving into his second run.
Yep, there we go. Even though they do not elect to take their second lap right away, their second run. Something we do see consistently with pretty much every team is that their timed laps are quicker, sometimes quite a bit quicker actually than their setup laps. And a very interesting example of a team where that is not the case, as I briefly mentioned earlier, is the team from GFR. They were actually quite a bit slower on pretty much every single lap they set, every single timed lap, as compared to the setup lap that was right before it. Their very fastest lap of all was actually 5.72, which was the very first lap they set, their right-hand setup lap. But as you can see, that's almost 18/100ths of a second quicker than the fastest time they set overall in both directions. So that would suggest that there is a bit more speed in that car. They should be able to at least get a 5.7 or something, which is about the fastest time of today so far. Let's see whenever they will come out. I think they're still in the dynamic area, and they might elect to first do some more testing on the test track. Let's see when they'll be out again. Of course, like Steph mentioned, they do have their statics to take into account.
So I'm here together with Frank Ruska, and as a former team member, if I'm correct, from Stralsund, you must be very happy to see the Stralsund team having the top times today, right?
I didn't recognize that, but I'm happy, yes.
Very good.
Chennai is lining up to take their second lap of Skidpad.
Das Problem war bei Fahrwerk gerade, wenn es so regelt, dann ich wollte die Hälfte dann echt gesagt, wegen Aufregung, von Grabe, wir wollen das schaffen, Das war die positive Dinge, die mehr Seerolle, und die beste Schütze ja das Team. Wenn du das täuscht, das Team kannst, dann frag mal durch die Basics.
The guys from St. Augustine are testing their torque factoring on the test track, as Chennai has just restarted.
So meanwhile, the team from Chennai approaches the starting line again. Maybe after this run, Thijs, we can have a quick chat about torque factoring, which you just mentioned, which really provides an advantage of electric teams over combustion teams. Maybe it's interesting for our live stream viewers and the people here to talk a little bit about that. But first, the Skidpad run of Chennai.
Like the driver from Chennai is taking out looks to be 2 cones on his right-hand lap.
That looked like quite a bit of understeer. Pretty drastic rearrangement of the track.
It was still quite a bit quicker as a run overall, even with that 0.4 seconds added on. So the time was 6.76 average, which will, with the penalty applied, will be just over 7 seconds. See some blue sky up there.
Luckily we brought our sunglasses then.
Good thing I put my sunblock on this morning.
Yeah, you brought your sunblock only to manage the radiation coming from the brake light from Hertfordshire, right?
Yeah, that was one of the reasons.
Interestingly, the scoreboard now indicates a rerun for Chennai. Let's see how that develops.
Over on the test track, there's another team from India, from Mumbai, getting a run in, hopefully in preparation for Skidpad soon. Seems like he's doing a bit of a simulation at the moment.
Yep, Mumbai actually already got their first 2 runs in, so they're prepping for their first and second run for the second driver now. So I just confirmed with the officials. Chennai will actually get a rerun. Apparently the exit cone wasn't pulled away properly. So that's very lucky for them because they knocked over 2 cones, remember. But they do get their second run again. So they can actually try and improve quite a bit. We just saw that they have at least 6.6 second speed. Let's see if they can extract that in both directions now. And let's hope they can keep all the cones up. Of course, with cones, and that goes for all dynamic events, the rule is that you can actually touch a cone, but it has to land upright in its box. If it comes out of the box completely, with all 4 corners of the cone outside of the box, or if you knock it over, then it will count as a penalty towards your total time.
Now got a few cars headed towards us to get in line for Skidpad. Car number 8 from DHBW Stuttgart. Car 266 from Monash University.
Yeah, and after that we see the car from Karlsruhe. Can't see from this point of view whether it's the electric or the combustion car. But in any case, these are 3 very good teams lining up at this moment. Monash, top team from Australia. Won several events in Australia in the last years. I say several, but I think they won all the events, since 2010 in Australia. So really big competitor there.
Yeah, they've been very dominant. They've also historically been quite good at Skidpad. I think in one of the recent years they actually won the event in the UK. They've been doing consistently well, of course, in the Skidpad event in Australia too. It's not a big surprise. They have huge wings. Behind them lining up is in fact the electric car from Karlsruhe, car 68. Of course, let's see what they can do with their car. It's very interesting to see what Karlsruhe can do, particularly because they have pretty much an identical car, but with a combustion engine in it. The same goes for Munich, of course. They have 2 cars from TU Munich that are basically identical, except for the drivetrain. The car from Stuttgart, from the University of Stuttgart, quite a bit different, green team and red team. So that's not an example of 2 identical cars from one university. The guys from Monash actually drive on Goodyear tires, which I think went out of production quite a while ago. So they must have put in quite a bit of effort to get those, and they must be quite confident in their performance. Monash, of course, have a bit of a barrier to compete in Germany. They have to fly all the way from Australia. They like to do that not every single year, mainly because of cost reasons, I think. They were here last time in 2014, did pretty well. And this year they've made the trip to Europe again. again, to compete in the UK and in Germany. Yeah, and of course have a bit of a barrier to compete in Germany. They have to fly all the way from Australia. They like to do that not every single year, mainly because of cost reasons, I think. They were here last time in 2014, did pretty well. And this year they've made the trip to Europe again to compete in the UK and in Germany.
Looks like the Stuttgart team are making some final tire pressure adjustments before the driver pulls forward to the start area. They're the first car in the line.
The guys from Monash also took part in the Austria event, which makes this the 4th event already for this car. First they took part in the 2015 Australia event, then FS UK, then FS Austria, and now they're here in Germany. As the guys from Mumbai pull up for their 3rd run.
Yeah, regarding the Monash team, I have also some extra information, maybe even a scoop. We were informed yesterday that, as a matter of fact, they will be also joining the electric competition as of next year. And indeed, as Thijs just mentioned, they come here every even year. So, and the uneven years, they don't participate in Germany here.
One other thing we learned when we were talking to the team from Monash yesterday is they're very appreciative of all the support they get from everybody here. They said they're collecting stickers from all of the teams, so if you've got a team sticker, take it over to the Monash pit and there's a chance they'll stick it on the car.
On a more serious note, I also expect them to do very well in Skidpad, because not only do they have very big wings for years and years, proven wings also. This year, for the first time, they also have interlinked, cross-linked suspension. Maybe for the guys who are here somewhat longer, it's the UWA concept, as I knew it at least. So if you're not familiar with the interlinked suspension, please do make sure that you will visit them in the pit, because it's really, really interesting.
The car from Stuttgart, which is first in line, is their first 4-wheel drive electric car. It's called the E-Sleek 4x4.
The suspension concept of Monash that Steph was talking about earlier basically entails decoupling a couple of modes for your suspension movement, such that the car becomes very soft, basically in bump, so that each individual corner can very easily absorb a bump in the road, allowing them to maintain traction, while at the same time making the car very stiff in roll. So pay attention to the Monash car in a little bit. You should see a very level car that hardly rolls in the corners. First up though, the guys from DHW Stuttgart are about to start their car.
We've got a sticker on their rear wing that says "Sleep is for the weak." Shows they work very hard getting their car ready. Oh, that gets a cheer. I think we know where their fan club is.
On the top of the scoreboard right now, at least in terms of time, are still the guys from Chennai. Remember, they are still due one rerun, so their second run for the first driver is still open for them. They have, however, elected to do some more adjustments, and they've now gone to the pits. So first up, it's Stuttgart, DHW Stuttgart. It's been quiet for a while, but let's see what we can do on the now slightly warmer Skidpad lap.
Okay, so wir sind jetzt draufgeschaltet. Das heißt, der kriegt jetzt gleich richtig, das ist die Startposition, der macht eine, zwei, ich bleibe also die ersten 2 Runden so von der 8 und dann schwenke ich mit, schaust dir an, ich glaube, und dann ist es relativ eng.
As you can see, we have 2 separate lines for Skidpad, as we do for every single event. there's a difference for the first driver line and the second driver line. And for obvious reasons, the first driver line will normally get preference over the second driver line. Right now it's still not very busy, so everybody can be sure to get a run. But it might get a lot busier, and we've certainly seen this in previous years. In which case it might be quite a bit harder to be sure of a run if you get in line, back in line, the second run driver. However, we want to make sure that everybody gets at least one run in, so we have a separate line for that. Car number 8 is being pushed away from the Skidpad. Not sure what happened there.
Wir sollen wohl wenig schwenken, weil es im
Take a few cones out on the way. Luckily, the pace don't count towards the overall time.
For the team from Stuttgart, which is currently being pushed away, they finished top 10 in the last 2 events. Last year, if you look at the car number also, you might have guessed that they were in at position 8. The year before, even better, position 7. I'm not quite sure at this moment what they've done already at the recent event in this season, but I will get back to them, back to these scores when they start again. Meanwhile, another car is starting.
Yep, the guys from Monash aren't quite ready yet. Still communicating with the driver, so they'll probably be up next. Let's see.
Steve from Mumbai has taken to the start line, ready to get the green flag. I believe this will be their 3rd run.
Yep, that's correct.
Driver making some corrective actions on his first lap. Another slide as he goes around the right-hand turn.
The previous fastest lap from Mumbai was a 6.46, which was their very first run. Let's see how this driver does. It's actually pretty quick already. It's a 6.14 on the right-hand lap.
It looks like they're about to improve their time. And yes, a 6.3.
Yep, surprisingly their left-hand lap is quite a bit slower, but they've certainly shown potential. If they were able to match the 6.14 on their right-hand lap, they should be able to knock off a couple more tenths of seconds.
It looked to me like the driver was being a bit more conservative in his left-hand lap once he knew he had a quick right-hand lap, so hopefully this next run he'll be able to push it on both laps.
More and more cars are approaching the starting line. We have car number 45, who has just joined US St. Augustine, who was giving quite a good demonstration on the test track earlier. The car after that, I cannot see the number from here, but 2-3 cars extra are lining, so we're really starting to see a proper queue at this moment. So to all teams, the queue is starting to form at this moment, so please be advised.
Yep, it's the car 213 from US Munich, the combustion car. One of the teams that also built 2 cars. They also have an electric car. Behind them, it's the guys from Poland. It's TU Poznan, car 302. They have an aluminum folded monocoque, pretty similar to what Oxford Brooks has been doing in several different ways over the last couple of years.
Okay, so the reigning champions of Australia are starting their skid pad at this moment. I expect a very good time here.
Drivers having to correct quite a bit.
A big slide as he transitions from the right-hand to the left-hand turn. His right-hand turn was a 6.23, so not as quick as we would have expected.
Jetzt fährt da raus.
Well, he takes out a cone. Driver's really struggling to get the car under control. Super consistent though. It's a 6.23, but I'm sure they can knock off a couple of tenths of that. Let's see if they elect to take their second run right away. Looks like they will. The guys from Mumbai, meanwhile, are rolling away. Apparently they do want to make some more adjustments before taking their 4th and final run. A lot of wheel spin off the line. Looks much more steady now. It's 6.08. and it's a 5.95 for the left-hand turn, so it's a 6.02 overall. It's a pretty good time, and you could definitely see the very steady behavior of the car in terms of roll. It's not particularly quick in the overall standings though. It's 0.3 of a second off the fastest time so far. Let's see what the electric team from Karlsruhe can do. From TU Karlsruhe.
Yes, let's see if the 4 engines of the Karlsruhe team, named after Star Wars figures, will perform their best in this skid pad.
A very quick right-hand time of 5.35 seconds.
Yes, Princess Leia and Jar Jar Binks are working hard.
That's very impressive, 5.31. And it's only their first run. So right away, there's a 0.4 of a second knockoff from the best time so far. Let's see what they can do in their next run.
Yeah, as always, we hear big cheers from the team from Karlsruhe. And not only is it a very big team, a very large team, but also it's very close by. So also in the weekends, we expect a lot of supporters for this team.
They're basically matching their previous left-hand speed now in their right-hand turn already. And overall it's a 5.23, so it's again an improvement.
A great run from Karlsruhe, and it gets a big cheer from their fan club in the stands just behind us. Now Kassel takes the green flag for their 3rd run of the day. Oh, and they spin out as they transition from their 1st to 2nd right-hand lap. Looks like he's hit a cone, he's got the engine running. Looks like this will be a DNF for them in this run.
So I'm here with the Karlsruhe guys who just demolished the fastest time so far. How did it go?
Yeah, it went quite well, I think. So we will put our second drive in and look if we can improve this.
Yeah, great. Are you going to come back right away, or are you going to do some more setup changes?
We will switch the driver over there and then we will come back.
Nice. Which tires are you actually running?
We're running the Conti rain tires.
Ah, the new ones, the 16-inch?
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Okay, thanks. Good luck in the next run.
Meanwhile, the team from Kassel improved their best time and nearly touched the 6.0 mark. And currently on track is the team from St. Augustin, who are building their 3rd electric racing car. They started building electric cars in 2014. The team itself already since 2007 here present.
And St. Augustine with a time of 6.22 seconds on their 1st run. It's a good start, and hopefully the driver learns some and he can improve on his 2nd lap now.
Let's see if he can get it into the 6.1 or maybe even 6.0. Let's see.
Of the car, number 262, comes to the event control.
San Agustin a bit quicker in the right-hand turn on their first lap. And they continue that trend with a very consistent on a 6.19 left-hand turn for a 6.18 two-lap average. It was a good improvement for them of a few tenths of a second. Now UAS Munich takes the green flag, car 213. They finished with a time of 6.45 seconds on their first run. They immediately come around to take the start for their second run. And they've improved by 1/100th of a second. Or 10 milliseconds in Tice speak.
Yeah, it's 11 actually.
Mumbai now out for their fourth run. And they improved their time with a 6.2 second run. Driver was much more confident through the left-hand turn this time than he was the previous run.
Meanwhile, the team from Poland, from Poznan, is being pushed off. They were not allowed to make a run. Actually, the team from Poznan was the best newcomer last year, as was informed yesterday. Their car is named Wilda, so you see it on the car. The car is named Wilda after the area of the city where they have their workshop.
I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like they may have had some ride height issues with the setup they had in the car, so they may be going back to the pits to adjust that before coming back out.
Very nice of the officials to warn them in advance that they weren't going to be compliant. If the officials find out after a dynamic event that the car wasn't compliant, rules compliant, for that specific event, it will then be disqualified for the heats that it just drove.
Once again, all is quiet at the skid pad. Looks like there's some dry lines developing in the lead-in roads to the event. But as we all know, the skid pad is still wet.
Yep, it's pretty quiet right now, but there's a couple teams rolling up. First of all, there's car 369.
Car 369 is recognizable by the 6 and the 9. That's probably the Hawks team from Hamburg, if I recall correctly, Thijs.
Yep, absolutely. And right behind them, it's car number 1, the guys from Delft. They'll be eager to try to beat the 5.23 time from Karlsruhe, of course.
Yes, I think the team from Hamburg is one of the teams that maybe is not so happy with the new numbering system. They have been driven with the car number 69 for years and years and years, but unfortunately had to put a 3 in front of that.
It is a very good nursery rhyme, though. 369, the goose drank wine. Or is that just an American thing?
Yeah, we don't have that in the Netherlands, so sorry.
I tried.
So the team from Hamburg already is with us for quite some time. I was informed yesterday that they also have some team members who are already building their 5th car. So in total the team is 35 team members. On the wing it says Wagenbau. Apologies. Wagenbauschule seit 1869. That is the theme, the motto of their school. And the car is named Hidayah. And it is well, it means the desired one in the language Swahili. They name their cars every year in another language. Last year they had an Ethiopian name. This year they have a Namibian name because they have one team member, maybe he's even present on the grandstand, I don't know, involved in the team. So they're really going for the exotic names there.
As the guys from Hamburg carefully unwrap their tires, we can see that they are the same tires from Continental that Karlsruhe Electric just used to put down the very best time by far of the day. So let's see if Hamburg can approach that. Of course, Hamburg is a combustion team, so perhaps they don't have the very, very smooth control over how much power they put down on the ground. A feature they do have, though, is electronic throttle control, which they can use to use a specific mapping that doesn't give the driver the access to full power, which is not something you would normally use on Skidpad, and which makes it easier to drive on the limit when it comes to lateral acceleration for the Skidpad specifically. Interestingly, one of the teams that aren't using tire protectors are the guys from Delft. So apparently they're confident enough that their tires will do their job anyway.
The official's briefing for the Skidpad reminds me a bit like the safety briefing when you get on an airplane. Exits are on the right and left. The closest exit may be behind you.
And we see another top team approaching the lane. It's Oregon State. It is their combustion car. I think again, right, Thijs? So they're indeed in the second driver lane, going for the 3rd and 4th runs.
Yep, like Austin said, the briefing of the driver was quite extensive. So we will try to get some more info on that and maybe even get one live in a little bit when a new car approaches that hasn't previously started. Hamburg has started. Right next to them is GFR, who indeed have already had 2 runs. Of course, both of those were 5.90 or close. They'll be eager to improve on that. They will at least want to improve on the 5.70 from Stralsund, and probably a bit more than that.
On the car of Hamburg, you see full electric clutch, throttle and shifting by servos and or solenoids. Let's see if they work in the Skidpad also, in order to keep the car really under control and easy to drive for the driver.
Hamburg's first time to the right. showing up on the scoreboard yet.
But luckily, Thijs has his tablet here with times in milliseconds. So Thijs, what is it?
Hang on, milliseconds take a bit longer.
Milliseconds are actually quite quick, Thijs.
Not if your Wi-Fi's out.
Hamburg starts their second run. It looks very smooth once again.
So the first Hamburg time was a 5.76, so that's actually very close to the fastest so far of the day for a combustion car. Their second one, unfortunately, is a bit slower. It was a 5.8 on the right-hand lap and a 5.76 on the left-hand lap for a total of 5.78. So their first lap is still their fastest. It's a great 5.76, which I think is the second fastest time for a combustion car so far of the day.
Delft has now approached the starting line. They take the green flag.
It's a 5.57 for their first lap to the right. Quite a bit slower than the Karlsruhe time. As they accelerate quite aggressively out of the corner, it's a 5.54 for them. That is about a half a second slower than they were last year. Let's see what they can do in the second run. They're a bit quicker than the first one. It's a 5.48 to the right. And overall it's a 5.45. With that, they're now the second fastest time for the team of the day.
So the Delft team driving with distinct, very small tires. Austin, you described it a few minutes ago on a test track like there was a go-kart from Mario Kart driving around, right?
Yeah, if you're familiar with Mario Kart and you put the roller wheels on the car, that's kind of what they remind me of.
Maybe Thijs can elaborate a bit on the reason why the team chose such a small tire diameter.
Yeah, so there's a couple of reasons they did that. They think that the smaller the tire, the lighter it is, and the less unsprung weight you have, the better. What it also does, though, is that because the tires are very small, they need a lower final gear ratio to get the desired torque on the road from their motors, which allows them to do a single-stage gear transition, which I think is the only team that manages to do that from the standard AMK motors. Most teams use 1.5 stage or a full 2-stage reduction with planetary gears. The guys from Stuttgart DHBW put down a 5.92.
So currently for the spectators, the sign is ranked to the fastest time, not the last times. So sometimes you may have experience that you cannot see the last times. I'm 100% sure that the timekeeping guys at this moment are resetting it in order to display the last times, which is, I think, for the spectators, good information.
Well, the Stuttgart guys are on a quite a bit quicker lap. It's a 5.78 for their right-hand lap. And it's a 5.85.
And their neighbors from the University of Stuttgart have just joined the queue and are now having some preliminary checks done to their car.
So the driver briefing is going on again, especially for the spectators. I don't know about the live stream, but looks a bit like an airplane.
I think it's the next big 2016 dance craze. It's going to catch on. Maybe at the awards ceremony on Sunday.
Yeah, about those kind of things. Yesterday evening I already saw a couple of flunky ball matches going on. Actually at the side of the Stuttgart team that just driven. So great Formula Student tradition there.
There's apparently another new sport that the University of Liverpool has introduced called sock wrestling, where you've got to wrestle the sock off your opponent before he gets your sock. And it was apparently quite popular at Silverstone this year.
Meanwhile, GFR have restarted, which I don't think is a fact that anyone missed. They're looking to beat their 5.90.
Lap is very quick, a 5.7 second lap. Left is slightly slower, that gives them an average of 5.76, which betters their best time of the day, but still not quickest combustion car. That still belongs to Baltic Racing from Stralsund.
Does make them the second quickest team of the day so far, and they still have one run left. bit slower so far. And it's a 5.987. Actually, it's the slowest of the 4 so far. Well, the total ones, because of course this was their final run. But the 5.76 stands, and it's actually a very decent run.
Meanwhile, in the first driver queue, the team from Esslingen was pushed out of the dynamic area. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. So next in line now for the first driver is the famous Rennteam Stuttgart. Also a team, big team, have a lot of supporters. Always bring them. Last year they came in second. I believe, I'm looking to the right. They won in the UK, no? Yeah, they won in the UK. It's really a top team, so I expect a great time from this team.
The Stuttgart guys actually beat the guys from Oregon State University, GFR, by quite a margin in Austria quite recently. GFR had a pretty good run going on. They won a lot of events that they attended there. So Stuttgart really is up there this year, and they'll be definitely looking to reclaim the title in Germany as well after 3 consecutive wins for GFR.
And they also won the Skidpad event in Austria with some margin.
And just behind Stuttgart is a car from the University of Washington, another team from the United States. Had a good discussion with them in the pits yesterday. I think Steph has some good tidbits he can share with us now.
Yes, their team members all have mustaches.
Well, they're all trying anyways. There are some good ones, there are some not so good ones, but they all get an A for effort. Is there anything else, Steph?
Yes, in addition, well, a fun fact is there is, like in some other cars, a shark on the nose. This shark resembles the Mustang aeroplane from the World War II, which is really, I don't know exactly why they chose it, except for that it's very cool, of course, but it's, there's a meaning to it anyway.
The sticker on the rear wing of the University of Washington car says to swipe right. It appears to be a Tinder reference. I think to do well in the skid pad, they'll need to do some swiping left as well.
Meanwhile, the guys from Rennteam Stuttgart pushed their car back again. Not sure what's going on there.
Washington doing some final setup work on the car, and the University of St. Augustine is taking the green flag next.
Yeah, on their rear wings it says Hey du kleine Maus. We didn't talk to the team yet, but I'm quite eager to know what's the story behind that.
Yeah, I actually think that's the start of a poem. There's some more lines on the other elements as well, so we're gonna have to check that out.
Looks quite fast, Thijs. What do you think?
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's our 3rd run already. Left lap a bit slower than the right one, but their 6.13 is an improvement nonetheless. I'm sure the fourth one can be a bit quicker too, if they match the right one to the left.
The University of Washington team members all seem to have Top Gun call names as well listed around the car.
I believe that refers to their second endurance driver, as they told us yesterday. The other endurance driver named Peter also has a call sign, but I promised him not to tell it here during the PA.
This is a family program, isn't it?
Now we also know where they are in the grandstand. Thank you, guys.
Sankt Augustine, meanwhile, pretty much matching the previous time. But they had some gains to be had in the second run, so they do manage to improve by 1/100th of a second.
Also, if you look at the Washington car, it's really full with all sorts of references to, well, there are autographs on there, there are bombs on there, there's a shark on there, there's Top Gun on there, Swipe Right on there. Those guys must have had really a lot of fun this year.
They're one of the more fun teams to talk to in the paddock. They really are having a good time, enjoying the competition. Really.
Well, it's a very steady in-lap. It's a 5.88 for their first lap to the right. Super steady all around, basically for the same lap times. It's a 5.84. Still 3 laps to go for them.
So I'm here with Green Team Stuttgart, about to get their Skidpad briefing. We'll put the microphone in and see what the scrutineers or the officials say when they give the briefing, but we'll let them do their checks first.
Welcome to this year's wet pad at FSG2016.
For your own safety, we would like your attention for a few minutes.
In a few seconds, you'll be allowed to start the system and proceed over to the orange cones. We ask you to stop there. Then you'll get a green flag. As soon as you see the green flag, you may enter the track. And you go 2 turns right and 2 turns left.
Upon completion of the second left turn, you must go straight and follow the road of the blue cones. On your left-hand side, you will see a sign saying second run. If you turn left there, you will come towards the start of your second run. If you go straight there, you will come towards the exit of the Skidpad.
Well, and please keep in mind that every cone you hit will count, also along the blue track. We and the whole group of all the red shirts of FSG2016 wish you a pleasant ride.
For more information, please consult the event handbook. Thank you.
I do think that deserves an applause. Thank you for flying FSG, I guess.
So similar to the combustion team, also the electric team is really a top player in this field. They came in third at the most recent FSA event. Unfortunately, in FSG they were not, well, they were one of the teams getting a DQ, if I'm right.
That is correct. Let's see how they do with this Skidpad. Of course, the top time today for an E team is 5.23, so they'll be looking to improve that. Doesn't look like they'll be matching that in this lap, but it's a pretty steady 5.56 in the right-hand one. And a 5.53 on the overall time.
I believe that puts them in third place in the electric category.
Yep, that's correct. Quick rundown for both classes. Right now there have been 7 teams in the electric class that I've run. In first place, obviously, is the Karlsruhe team with a 5.23. And second place right now, but let's wait for Stuttgart's time first. But right now it's Delft with a 5.46. Green team's first lap was good enough for third overall.
They've taken out some cones here. I don't think they're going to improve. It's at least 2 cones from what I can see. Oh, he's taken one out again for a second lap. Enjoyed it so much.
It was actually a pretty good improvement. It was a 5.48, which would have put him still in third place, right behind Delft. But like you said, 0.4 of a second will be added to that time, so their first time will stand. So continuing the rundown, the guys from Amberg-Weiden are in fourth place right now with a 5.76. In fifth place, it's the team from Stuttgart, DHBW, with a 5.85. St. Augustine is in sixth position for the electric teams with a 6.12. And the guys from Leuven, from Belgium, are in seventh position with a 6.18.
Just had the University of Toronto roll up to the officials to start Skidpad. We've not seen much of them this weekend. They've had their car out and about. We've seen lots of empty pit from them, so they must have been hard at work somewhere.
Yep, they drive on pretty conventional Hoosier rain tires, as do the guys from Washington right next to them. Quick rundown for the combustion team so far. Of course, in first place still Stralsund with a 5.70. GFR are now in second with a 5.760. Very closely followed by the guys from Pomona Cal Poly with a 5.762. So just a 2 millisecond gap. A mere 3 milliseconds behind them are the guys from Hamburg UAS. And then it's the guys from Seattle who are about to try and beat their own time. Monash right behind them with about a 6-second time. Hertfordshire behind them with roughly the same time. Kassel, Brno and Erlangen are in 8th, 9th and 10th position. After which we have our friends from India, the guys from Mumbai with a 6.20. There's a 6.27 for the guys from Coburg. 6.27 as well for the guys from Moscow. Guys from Lemgo, Munich, Heilbronn, and Chennai finish out their standings for now. As I said, 17 teams. Toronto will try to be the 18th combustion team of the day to take part. both of those laps of the Green Team Stuttgart were actually faster than the slower lap of the Delft team. And their final lap, as I said, is only 2/100ths of a second off. So looks like that cap is closed for now. They're definitely giving Delft a run for their money, and Delft will be eager to show that they can be a bit quicker in their third and fourth run.
Yeah. We are queuing up soon for the second run.
Wer von den beiden startet denn zuerst, weißt du?
Keine Ahnung. Aber eigentlich kann es ja nur hintereinander sein. Obwohl, weiß nicht. Du warst schon immer hintereinander, ich weiß nicht, warum die jetzt nebeneinander stehen.
如果真的不行，我可能要想办法看下午，你们可能用别的网络。这样你们听得见声音吗？
Fahren ja auch nicht gleichzeitig, wir haben sehr viel hintereinander.
Ja.
The guys from Toronto, meanwhile, are doing a tire change, or rather a check where the wheel has been taken off the right rear. Washington has just restarted and is about to take their next run. Looking really good. It's a 5.81.
So that's a very good time, which have placed them last year at least in the top 3. Let's see if they can hold it for this year. For those unfamiliar, the shark logo, as I mentioned earlier, is a reference to the P-51 Mustang. This is an American long-range single-seat fighter and fighter bomber used during World War II, the Korean War, and other conflicts.
That second lap for the Washington guys puts them in 5th position overall, just behind Hamburg, Pomona, GFR, and Stralsund. And let's see what, as we're being cheered on by the red shirts, what Toronto can do. Quite a bit of understeer. and they settled for a total time of 6.56. I think the driver was struggling quite a bit. He's going for a second run right away. Let's see if he can keep the car under control a bit more now.
So Toronto being one of the oldest teams I think here present. They were founded in 1997. Actually in the years between 2004 and 2006 they were really dominating the competitions in the US and the UK. In more recent years they have struggled somewhat, but I believe with this car they can really get back into their game again. So let's see what they'll do.
Well, not on Skidpad though. It's a 6.72. Of course, they do have 2 runs left to see if they can improve that. Their very first lap, so the in-lap for their right hand on the very first lap was actually a 6.18. So I would reckon that they can drive a bit quicker than what they just showed. And we've gone silent again. But in the distance we can see the guys from Karlsruhe lining up. Of course they are by a mile the fastest car so far on track. So they'll be eager to see if they can improve even on that. It's a 5.23 for them for now. Let's see if they can join us soon.
Yeah, for us commentators, the Karlsruhe car is very good. It's very easy to see from a distance with the distinct black and yellow colors. Also, there's a line of red on the car which resembles the colors of the city of Karlsruhe. Thijs, do you know what they are doing at that point there? Is it some scrutineering before you actually enter the Skidpad queue, or what is your best guess?
I'm not completely sure, but I do see that all cars actually start up. You can see their tractive system active light flashing. So my guess is that scrutineers over there just want to see if the car can be safely shut down after being turned on, after which the car is allowed to proceed.
Like we have car 369 from Hamburg coming around to make its second run. The first lap time was a 5.77 second run, so quite competitive. We'll see if they can improve and take the top combustion spot away from Strasland, who've held on to it for a while now.
Yeah, especially for the Skidpad event, the tire choice is very, very important. We see different brands here. We see some cars driving on Continental, some teams also driving on Hoosier tires, and the 2 Dutch teams are driving on self-designed, self-made Apollo tires. And are there any other brands, Thijs, which participate in this competition, you think?
Yeah, well, we have seen the Monash guys on their Goodyear tires, of course. And then, of course, there are the very mysterious GFR tires that are quite different from the dry weather tires that they drive on. Of course, there's some guessing going on about what they drive on. Apparently, they don't want us to know because they have taped it off. My best guess would be that it's an Avon or something. By the way, the Hamburg guys actually drove their fastest lap in their first run. They have had 2 in total though. So this must be their second driver who will get his 2 runs. Right after which Karlsruhe will try to improve on their best times today.
So besides the tires, you also have, of course, the drivers who have a big influence on the time that has been driven. In our experience, there can be quite some significant difference between different drivers. Really, the steady-state character of this Skidpad is not that easy as it may seem from a distance. Apart apart from that, it's also quite narrow to drive through. So that's also why you see even top teams flipping the cone every once in a while. It really is more difficult from my own experience than it looks like from the outside.
It's like Red Team Stuttgart has rejoined the line. Whatever adjustments they made, they must be happy with now. They're actually cutting in front of the other two cars because they've yet to take their first run.
Yeah, they were in line a while ago, but they actually didn't take their runs, so they're still up for their first one. About differences between drivers, it very much depends per team. It depends on how good the drivers are, it depends on how good the car is, how predictable it is, and it depends on the strategy of the team. So if the car is very predictable and easy to drive, it's easier for all individual drivers to get close to the limit. When more skill is involved, it becomes harder to actually match each other's time as well, of course. Also, a team might elect to do a very careful first run with the first driver and then go at it a bit harder in their second run. So they might try to drive closer to the cones, basically, which saves a lot of time.
Run Team Stuttgart have fired up their engine and they're pulling forward to the start line.
They'll be eager to be as close as possible to the 5.23, of course, but their first goal would be to beat the 5.70. Their timed lap actually quite a bit quicker than their in-lap. It's a 5.88. And a very steady left in-lap as well. And a total time of 5.98. Well, they're looking for another 0.3 of a second or something. Let's see how their second run goes. Slight improvement on the first one. And they have a total time of 5.957. It's a minute improvement, but this is their new fastest time.
Now in their third run.
With a very quick 5.7.
Their fastest run so far was a 5.765. they managed to beat that by 2 milliseconds. It's 5.763 now.
Thank you to the team of Hawks for making Thijs happy with millisecond improvements. Thank you very much.
Well, they still have their fourth, so there's all the time in the world for hundreds or even tenths of seconds.
A very exuberant start from Hawks.
That is a pretty steady in-lap. Although the time lap is slightly slower than our previous effort.
Sorry? Komm ich mit dem Kollegen auch da rein?
Nonetheless, they do manage to improve. It's a 5.716 for their fourth and final run, thanks to a 5.666 to the right. Left, I should say.
I think that puts them in second place out of all the combustion cars, just behind Strasland. We've got car 360 from Weingarten approaching the start line now as well.
I think first up will be the Karlsruhe team. Fastest car on track at this moment, so let's see what they can do.
Yep, UAS Hamburg is now 11 milliseconds slower in their fourth and final time than was Stralsund. However, their left-hand lap, the 5.666, is actually the fastest lap so far driven by a combustion car today. Of course, their right-hand lap of 5.767 didn't quite match that, so they're slightly behind Stralsund anyway. But here comes Karlsruhe.
And he loses control and hits a cone. He continues his run, though. He should be able to get some information in for his next run, but time-wise, I don't think there'll be an improvement on this one. The left-hand time is 5.62, but overall not an improvement after the slight cone incident in the first half of the run. See if they take their final run right away now.
I think they took it pretty easy. Their in-lap and timed lap on the left was also quite a bit slower than their fastest time so far. But let's see what they can do for their final run.
What are they looking for again, Thijs?
5.23. It's all about getting steady state in that in-lap. I think they're quite a bit slower, actually. It's 5.53 to the right. And it's a total time of 5.470.
So they can't improve on their times they set in the first runs, but they're still leading the competition by quite a margin.
Yep, in fact, that even that 5.47 has only been beaten by Delft and only by a tiny margin so far. So it's still a very good effort. It's only because the first lap they put out, the first two runs were so impressive that this doesn't actually get them any points.
We now see Weingarten on track for the first time today. And he's bailed out of the first run, it appears. Look at the DNF for that run. He looks like he's going right on to his second run. I'm not 100% sure what happened, but just wasn't happy with what was happening. He stalled it, trying to set off for his second run. Hopefully he can get it restarted quickly and time set for his skid pad. Taking it steady, making sure to get a clean run in for his to get a time. Right lap of 6.51, a left is 6.35 for an average of 6.43 seconds.
I think this is a good time. I think they will find some room for the next driver to improve. As noticed, they have been focusing really on the reliability of the car this year, and as well they redesigned completely intake system. They have secured some points, and I'm 100% sure that for the next driver they really will improve this result, because the car has a lot more potential, I think, than the time that is being set right now. So I expect 0.2 of a second at least an improvement.
Got a few cars lining up for the start now. We have Esslingen and University of Washington is back as well.
If I remember correctly, Esslingen was pushed off out of the driver lane earlier, so whatever it was, they probably have fixed it and will start the skid pad soon. And again, we have the Mustang car from Washington, the purple car with the bombs and the shark and the autographs and the swipe right and what else?
A lot of wing elements.
They've also signed the car. I think they said they did that before their endurance run at one of the competitions in the US. Most of the signatures are still there, but they've had some brake cleaner issues and wiped off some of the undesirable names by accident.
You can basically clean anything with brake cleaner in my experience.
Yeah, I agree. Makes good hand soap too.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with that stuff. I actually once had a cup that I wanted to make some adhesive in, but it melted away because of the influence of the brake cleaner that I had to use to clean it. So not all combinations work well. To have a short update on the scrutineering status. Since our last update, there are an extra 5 teams that have passed scrutineering for the combustion cars, which brings us to a total of 43 out of 73, according to our reports right now, that have fully passed all elements of scrutineering. So they've passed mechanical inspection, tilt table, noise, and brake. For the electrics, there are no updates in terms of how many teams finished all elements. It's still 8, which I think is quite low. It might be that it's not completely up to date, but that is where the information is right now. And we have the guys from UAS Esslingen on track for their first run. Their inlet looks pretty steady. It's a 5.96 for their first right-hand lap. Struggling a little bit more to the left. It's a 6.14, which brings the average to 6.05. almost exactly matching their in-lap from just now. Slightly improving their timed lap. That's a 5.985 for them.
I think UAS Esslingen is really trying to get a good points here overall. In the UK last event they were 28th. They were not able to drive an acceleration in Skidpad, but did do an autocross and an endurance and finished it. So that means they are reliable. I expect them really to get some good points and get a good top 30 result.
You can hear the University of Washington car making its way to the start line for what I believe is their third run.
The run from Esslingen just now puts them in 7th overall position for the combustion cars. Washington are looking to improve on their current 5th position. Washington a bit slower than the Waves just now. It's a 5.954 for them.
They seem to be very consistent right to left though that run, so hopefully they can speed the whole thing up a little bit and improve their time this run.
Yeah, it was pretty steady, but their in-laps were very slow. Most teams are within a couple of tenths of seconds of the final timed runs they do. Seattle was almost 8/10 of a second slower though. They elect not to immediately take their 4th run. Maybe they want to do some additional, I don't know, setup or driver instruction, which means that the next car is lining up.
Looks like it's high-speed Karlsruhe taking the green flag for their first lap.
Yep, they're the UAS from Karlsruhe.
Time is 6.51 seconds, and it looks like they've also taken out a cone. It'll be 0.2 seconds added onto their time. Got Monash here ready to take their 3rd run. Got a very aggressive aerodynamics package.
Monash right now on 12th position overall with a 6.017. I actually saw a little piece of damper filling flying out of the exhaust with that. Driver struggling a bit to keep the car on.
Let's see if their very aggressive wing also works for the Skidpad. The 4th wing element actually faces forward, so it's really very aggressive. It's for extra exploitation of the diffuser, which he explained yesterday. I think this is really a unique aero package, and you can really see the evolution they've had over the recent years with the aerodynamics.
Yeah, that being said, they're about a 1/4 of a second slower than their fastest run so far. auto wheel spin into the fourth and final run for Monash.
Driver making a few corrections on the first lap. See if he can clean it up on the second lap, and it looks smooth. Slightly quicker than the last one, 6.21 seconds. Run is slightly faster than the last one, but doesn't improve on their best time of the day from one of their first two runs.
There's currently no new teams lining up. There's 3 teams in line that have already had some runs. Washington is now lining up for their fourth and final run. The previous time was a 5.95. Their fastest so far was a 5.814 though.
The driver loses control as he makes the transition from right to left. He hits a few cones and he's stopped for a few seconds, so there won't be any improvement on this run. But still getting a bit of extra running in and finishing lap. Lap time of 5.9 seconds.
That is a shame though, because his time right lap actually exactly matched his previous fastest lap so far, so he was definitely close to beating his previous time. Yeah, but this was his final run, so unfortunately that's it for them. Their fastest time so far though is the 5.814, and it's pretty close. It's up there. It leaves him in 5th position overall for the combustions. Only bested by the guys from Cal Poly Pomona, GFR, Hamburg, and Stralsund.
Renault is their car fired up again, ready to take the green flag for their run. Got a nice dragon on the rear wing. We'll have to ask them about that later on.
So I'm standing here with one of the team members from the Washington team, the purple P51 Mustang. So how did it go for you?
Well, we beat last year's time, which is pretty good. I was faster than my good buddy Travis King out there, 5.81, so made him look bad, which is always fun for me. So.
Very good. And what is your hopes for tomorrow? Or do you have more statics for today?
We're done for the day now. Got everything. I might actually go hang out with my parents for the first time in a while. I know some other people should probably do that as well if your parents are around. But
very good. And where do you expect to end in the overall stats for this weekend? What is your goal?
Goal's top 5 and top 3 in design. So design went really well this morning. I think we killed it. So still a possibility.
Okay, very good. And what's his name again? Top Gun and Peter. They're up for the endurance?
Yeah, Rudnor, Rodney, Hollywood Linton, and Dumb Peter Link are both fully prepared for endurance and autocross.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
During that interview, Brno's had their 3rd and 4th runs, and they've just set their fastest time of the day with a 5.97 second average time. It's a good run for them, competitive time. Looks like we've got the Poznan coming up to the officials again. They were in line before, but decided to make some changes, and they're being rechecked, so hopefully they'll get on track shortly. In the meantime, Esslingen is going to take the green flag. This will be their third run. And they improve on their time with a run of 5.97 seconds. It's a few hundredths quicker than their previous best.
Yeah, the driver looked really clean, really relaxed. I'm not sure whether they're going for the next run. Yes, they will. I think there is some room for improvement on the fourth run. What do you think, Austin?
Yeah, I think they've done some learning and made some setup adjustments, and that was by far their cleanest run. So hopefully they can gain a few tenths of a second or milliseconds, or just any improvement at all would be nice.
Well, they're looking pretty good so far.
Their left time is just slightly slower, and their overall time is slightly slower as well. But still, a sub-6 second time is very good for them. Top time of 5.97 seconds. Perhaps Thijs can tell us the differential between them and Brno in milliseconds.
Yes, in milliseconds, Thijs.
Yeah, looks to be about 8.
Meanwhile, the team from Poland was being redirected from the queue. So as a result, we have no queue at this moment. But it looks like they're staying in, so maybe it's a quick fix. Austin, in your time at the Brooks team, you also designed the aluminium, whatever, chassis. Is there any extra difficulties in there?
Yeah, when I was at Brooks in 2011, it was the first year we developed a folded aluminium monocoque chassis. And overall, the manufacturing was quite a bit easier than tube frames we'd done in the past. But being a new technology, there was a lot of learning that we've had to do. So every year, I think Brooks has made a change or an improvement to the design process. And this year, they've actually switched to a folded carbon monocoque chassis, which I believe is pretty unique. But this car reminds me a lot of the car I worked on in 2011 with Oxford Brooks.
So you being American, working for an English team, what is the correct pronunciation of the material involved?
It's very difficult being an American living in England, because no matter what, I use the wrong word. I really want to say aluminum, but I get in trouble when I do that, so I have to say aluminium. But either way, it's difficult.
Yeah, one among many tough choices to make in a year for a student. With that, we're pretty much at the halfway mark of the Skidpad. So far, we've had 22 combustion teams competing, so that's roughly a third of all teams that are here. And we've had 7 out of about 40 electric teams, so that's actually less than a quarter. So we're still missing quite a few teams. Many of them still perhaps struggling with scrutineering. I'm not sure what's going on there, but maybe someone has an update for us.
Yeah, once again, a reminder, if you've got any questions or if you have an answer as to why there aren't more cars out, send us a tweet at FSG Live. And as long as the Wi-Fi is working, we'll do our best to answer it, or if you've got some information for us, that's great too. That's at FSG Live. Car 221 from FSG2016 approaching the start line, approaching the officials for inspection. Got a 3-speed gearbox mated to a 600cc engine. It looks like we've also got Green Team Stuttgart getting in line. Car 26.
And as FSG2016 gets the go-ahead to proceed to the starting line at Skidpad, Green Team has joined the second driver line. Remember, they were very close to taking the second spot from Delft, as you can see on the rankings right now. I'm sure they'll be eager to churn out those extra 2/100ths of a second. First, though, the officials are checking with a hockey puck-like device what the ride height is for the Gießen car. After which, hopefully, they will be our 23rd combustion car on track today. I think they're going to have to make some ride height adjustments, though. So we'll probably see car 26 from Uni Stuttgart, the electric car, on track first. Meanwhile, next to the track, the guys from Poland are finalizing their driver change, presumably lining up afterwards for their third and fourth run. Of course, the guys from Green Team also driving on the Continentals. So rather than beating Delft, I'm sure they would like to beat the guys from Karlsruhe, who, as of now, are quite a bit, have quite a bit of distance between them. They'll need about a quarter of a second.
Yeah, I'm quite sure there will be very fierce competition between Stuttgart and Karlsruhe, being more or less neighboring cities. It's also what we see in other countries, that there is very fierce competition. Special nomination there goes to the UK, where there's really a fierce competition for the best UK team. From your time at Brooks, you can relate to that, Austin?
Yeah, it is very, very tough. We always want to beat the other UK teams. And I think each team thinks they're the best in certain aspects, and there's different ways of saying you're the best, and I think all the teams do a good job at twisting the facts to make that claim.
But of course, in your humble opinion, it should be Oxford Brooks now?
In my completely unbiased opinion, I think it's Oxford Brooks for sure.
I'm not quite sure what other teams agree. But okay, back to track. Stuttgart makes a slide.
None of those other teams have microphones, though, so... Ooh, and he spins out, takes out a few cones. It was a fairly quick right run, a 5.55 second run. Makes a good bulldozer as well. But he'll finish his finish his left runs and try to do some learning for his next run.
Yeah, you can see really the driver pushing and pushing and pushing to get really a good time, but maybe a little bit too hard on this run. Let's see whether he actually improves his performance for the next run.
Yep, his first right run actually pretty much matched the first right run of the first driver.
So while the green team car gets to the starting line for its fourth run, the Polish team is back in the line for the first driver again. So it seems they have fixed whatever there was to be fixed. So it's good for them that they get a first run.
Green team presumably getting the kind request not to rearrange the track again.
So while the red shirt is rearranging the Stuttgart car for the next run, I fear Poznan is going off again. No, maybe not. There's some hesitation there, some discussion with the scrutineers. In my experience, that almost never helps, but we'll see. Stuttgart up for the fourth run.
Their personal time to beat is a 5.475.
You can see already that this run is really a lot cleaner than the previous run. Let's see whether he can maintain this cleanness.
His right run actually pretty much exactly matches his previous right run. The left run is slightly faster though, so he improves his own time to a 5.453.
Does that bring them up into second place, Thijs?
It does actually, yeah. They are now better than faster than Delft by 5 milliseconds.
And for Thijs, there was much rejoicing.
Yay.
Yay. Weingarten goes up to the green flag. Right-hand time of 6.09 seconds. Just keeping steady going around the left. Time time of 6.27 seconds for an average of 6.18, which is an improvement on their previous best.
Yeah, they're actually quite a bit quicker than their previous time, which was a 6.43. So it's a 6.18 now. Let's see if he can go even faster. His in-lap looks pretty good. I think it'll be faster. It's a 6.17.
Looks like that lap was milliseconds quicker than their previous one, Thijs.
Yeah, 6 milliseconds. It's a shame though, because all 3 laps, both the in laps and their right lap were quite a bit quicker than the previous run. But their final timed left lap was a bit slower.
Ich habe sie auf der 4, aber schräg.
Now got the University of Paderborn presenting themselves for inspection by the officials. They finished in 6th place overall at FS East and 12th overall in the UK. Paderborn has a very interesting jacking bar, don't they?
Yeah, Paderborn is one of the few teams who is really going for the lightest jacking bar competition. And they have a jacking bar really with organic structures in there. Looks to be topology optimized with special software. We asked a few of those teams. There are some more. Why? Because the weight savings involved are very limited, to say the least. But the correct answer, which they provided, in my opinion, was because we can. So it's a fun engineering job, I think.
This year is the 10th anniversary of the University of Paderborn's Formula student team. Paderborn lines up to take the green flag. Very steady first lap of 6.52 seconds. And the left-hand lap is slightly slower, but still a good time to get on the board of 6.67 seconds for them. Looks like he's going around and taking his second lap immediately. With a time of 6.66 seconds. So very consistent runs for them.
So starting the engine is UAS Munich. UAS Munich in for the second driver, third run I suppose. UAS Munich last year had a very good result in Austria. They were third overall and also third in the endurance. By 2014 in Spain, also a third overall position. So I'm quite curious this event whether they will be able to make it to the top 3 or top 5 in this event. Let's see how the Skidpad goes.
pretty steady lap. Unfortunately, the timed lap is a bit slower than the in lap. It's a 6.28. And it's a 6.254 overall. According to the latest information, there are now 9 electric teams that have fully passed scrutineering. With so many teams still not through scrutineering, it's no surprise that there's a couple of top teams that performed very well in Skidpad last year that haven't shown up yet. For example, Freiburg was second in Skidpad last year. They haven't been here yet, and of course the guys from Zurich.
And also, I can't remember seeing guys from Eindhoven, correct?
That's right. Meanwhile, Munich UAS is going a bit quicker than the previous run, and they improved their time to 6.218.
So for the electric teams, we do miss some quite top competitors. On the combustion field, we have seen some already. We have seen OSU, GFR. We have seen Stuttgart, we have seen Erlangen, we have seen a couple of other teams. I am missing out on the Graz teams, is that correct also, Thijs?
Yeah, I've seen none of those two. And on the electric side, the guys from Augsburg were pretty competitive last year. Guys from Vienna, we haven't seen either. Aachen. Apart from those, we have seen most of the teams from the top 10 from last year. We can see in the distance the guys from Delft, who appear to be preparing to join the queue for their second driver.
Yeah, they really are looking to improve their result, I think. As the reigning champions here in Hockenheim, and also the reigning champions in Skidpad, I think they are looking for a huge improvement on their side, don't you think?
Well, they'll need a huge improvement because the gap to Karlsruhe right now is pretty significant. It's about a quarter of a second. Maybe they'll be helped a bit by a track that's become a bit warmer, although I do think that conditions are pretty comparable to what they were 2 hours ago. Maybe their second driver will dare to take a bit more risk, drive a bit closer to the cones. I think they'll need something like that if they really want to beat the guys from Karlsruhe.
Yeah, they really need to force something here, don't you think? Coming back to our discussion earlier, Thijs, about the teams that we missed still. I believe I see car 253 lining up before the dynamic area, which is the University of Graz. So that's one suspect already.
Gießen rolling up for their second set of runs. My mistake, they've actually not done any runs yet. They had to make some setup adjustments. They'll be re-inspected now and hopefully get through to make their first run now.
Yep, they were at the front of the queue a while ago, and the hockey stick device, hockey puck device I should say, was employed, and the car was found to be slightly too low. So let's assume that they've got that sorted out now, and then they can take to the track, as Delft has just joined the second driver queue. Push bar operator has to work pretty hard to overcome resistance of all four motors and all four wheels. But they made it. Delft's fastest time so far is 5.458, which is the fourth fastest time so far of the day. Stuttgart got 1 lap, it was a bit faster, and Karlsruhe, of course, got 2 laps that were a bit faster.
According to the Formula Student magazine, the team from Gießen only consists of 15 students, which I think makes it one of the smaller teams here around. But not as small as a car of the team I spoke yesterday, Regensburg, who only have 6 persons here on track. I think that's about the bare minimum you need in order to have a driving car. But still, driving at all with a team of 6 or 10 or 15 or 20 people really is a big accomplishment in my perspective.
That is an absolutely tiny team if you consider that you only need at least 4 members to even drive all events. And those same members will then have to keep an eye on the car when it's actually out driving and perform all statics too. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, they told me their team consists of 11 persons, but only 6 here were present. So quite a feat. And they passed scrutineering also, if I recall correctly. So quite good.
Looks like Gießen has their car fired up and they're headed over to the start line for the Skidpad. Must have been successful with the adjustments they made after the first encounter with the officials. Steady first lap of 6.25 seconds. And the left lap of 6.38 for an average of 6.31 seconds on their first run.
The guys from the TU Graz team with their beautiful car. Very careful with their tires. They even have a second layer of wrapping. There's a first layer of plastic wraps, and then there's a second tire protector to keep stones from clogging their rain grooves, I guess.
Gießen taking their second lap immediately.
They're looking a bit slower so far. Although their right lap is actually faster than their previous right lap. And they improved their time by quite a bit. It's now 6.14. Delft car just started and is probably about to be given the go-ahead sign.
So will they be able to beat Karlsruhe? That is the question.
5.23 to beat.
It does look fast tire.
It's not quite Karlsruhe territory though, but they're improving on their previous best time. It's a 5.34.
This sets them apart, I think, 1/10 from Karlsruhe in position 2, right?
Yep, that's correct. And please forgive me for elaborating on milliseconds again, but they were super consistent in that run. It was a 5.343 on their right run, 5.345 on their left run. But let's see if they can go even quicker.
So what can we say about the driver of this car, Thijs? Is it Daniel?
Yep, this would seem to be Daniel, who is the more experienced driver of the two. His right run is slightly slower than his first one.
He actually is the brother of a more famous driver from Formula Student, that was Erik.
Yep, 5.40 is very decent. It's not quite as fast as his previous fastest lap though. 5.34 puts them 1/10 of a second behind Karlsruhe, who appeared to be the clear fastest runner so far of the day.
Up next is Theo Graz.
They, of course, are aiming for the 5.70, still standing from Stralsund. Posted quite a few hours ago.
Wheel spin.
.27 for Graz. TU Graz, like GFR with their first driver, is also showing signs of slowing down slightly in their timed lap as compared to their in-laps. Let's see if the driver can get his lap times a bit more close together.
Approaching the first driver lane, Thijs, to get you out of the milliseconds is a car which says diddly ding, diddly dong on the wing. You know the story behind that, right?
I actually do, yeah. They're the guys from Modena, the Italian guys. They told us that that was a reference to the Italian coach from the Leicester team that did so very well in the Premier League last year. And apparently there's a very nice story behind how that coach used to say dilly ding, dilly dong to his players to keep them alert. It says dilly ding, dilly dong on our side of the front wing, and it's supposed to say dilly ding on the other side. Meanwhile, TU Graz put in a 6.26, which is about 1/100th of a second quicker than the previous time.
We've now got Paderborn on track for their third lap. Well, they go around. Another feature of the Modena car is the sticker on the rear wing that says the Modena Unchained. The D is Silent Hillbilly. An important feature about this car is it's got a longitudinally mounted engine, so there is no chain, and that's why the sticker is there. Paderborn doesn't manage to improve their time with a 6.76 second run.
No, their previous fastest lap was a 6.664, so they're just short of that, but they have one left. Let's see if they can do a bit better in their fourth and final run of the day. right lap, unfortunately, is a bit slower so far. Yeah, I think their 6.664 will stand up there as their fastest time of the day.
We now got US cars who are taking their second run of the day after they've made some adjustments. Looking quite quick on the warm-up lap.
And a 6.28 for them. Quick rundown of the top times for today. In the combustion class, it's still Strauss on the top. They actually posted their time at 12:30 in the morning, well, in the afternoon, but it's already 3 hours ago. Then it's Hamburg, only 1/100th of a second behind them. It's GFR right behind them, Cal Poly, Washington, Renteam Stuttgart, Esslingen, TU Brno, Monash, and Hertfordshire to make the top 10. In the electric class, we do not have a top 10, unfortunately. We have a top 7 because that's the amount of teams that have run so far, out of the 9 teams that have completed scrutineering so far. Karlsruhe obviously still the fastest with their awesome 5.23. Delft about a tenth of a second behind them with a 5.344. Stuttgart, Renteam, green team that is, with a 5.453. Hamburg-Weiden, the HBW Stuttgart, St. Augustine UAS, and KU Leuven follow them.
Looks like Modena is rolling off to the side. They must have to make some adjustments before going out on track. Looks like University of Volos is next.
So like I said, there's 7 teams from the electric class that have run so far. 25 have run so far for the combustion class. Luckily, there's a couple of new teams lining up, so we might be able to get that number a bit higher.
So up next for the first driver is the University of Volos. The scrutineers are still checking. Fun fact, the car is named after a mythological centaur named Thyreus. The team is one of 2 teams from Greece, the other being Thessaloniki. We didn't see that team yet. So if they complete this Skidpad, they are the best Greece team on track. We also see the car from the HBW Stuttgart, who were 8th last year, hence the number. And after that, Uni Gior with car number 279 lining up for the first driver. And also there's a car in the pre-scrutineering there. Not sure which car it is, but the queue is forming again, so we get to see some action on the track again. So University of Győr approaches the starting line. This is a third-year car. It's a really neat, really clean car in my perspective. It's also really light. It weighs in at about 160 kilograms, which should make it one of the lightest car on track. So I expect it also to have a fast skidpad. Let's see.
Meanwhile, in the background, I could see the team from ETH Zurich doing some practice laps. They drive on the same tires as do the guys from Karlsruhe Electric. So maybe Zurich can actually try and be the best team today. They took their sweet time to get through scrutineering, but luckily, apparently, they got through finally. Looking quite a bit quicker than his previous run so far. And it's a 6.596 for them.
Next up is the HBW Stuttgart again. Thijs, what is the team to beat? The time to beat for them?
Well, their personal best time so far was a 5.848. Of course, I'm sure they would like to beat the 5.23 of today.
So while we wait for a new Skidpad to start, it's starting right now. Otherwise, I would say you can also look at Karlsruhe to the right, who is showing off at the test track to beat their time. Let's see what Stuttgart can do, what they can prove their time.
Well, they're actually a bit quicker with a 5.825. And 1 lap to go.
Geht jetzt ratzfatz. Das ist brutal, da kommt einer nach dem anderen rein. Vorher ging es so schön gemächlich, jetzt schießen.
However, some cones were moved, so that time won't count. But he still has 1 run left, and he now knows that he can actually reach the speed. So let's hope he can actually match or even improve him this time. He almost equals his right lap. And it's a 5.90.
Unfortunately, no improvement there for Stuttgart, but they did do it clean, so maybe not. I'm not sure. The car of Toronto is coming to the starting grid, and after that we have the team from Nevers, Issat, our French friends. Situated near the Magny-Cours track in France, also been competitive for quite some years now. And the fun fact is there that they all are new, so they have almost no carryover from people from year to year, which makes it even more difficult, of course, to build a race car. Next up, Toronto.
Yeah, I think the Stuttgart lap was clean. However, it wasn't faster than the previous fastest lap of 5.848, which was driven by the first driver. So I think that will stand as their fastest time. Meanwhile, Toronto, pretty steady with a 6.423 on the right lap. And a 6.54, which makes for a 6.483 overall, which is an improvement of their best time so far.
French team takes the green flag. And they get their first time on the board with a 7.26 second run. Nice steady run, certainly some room for improvement, but a good time to get on the board.
Yeah, Austin, I was just taking some time to confirm what I said earlier about the French team. But in fact, it's true. They also write in the magazine that their entire team consists of 30 people, 30 students, who are all in their first year of engineering curriculum. So actually, to have a driving car which passes scrutineering and drives this good on track, it's really, really amazing.
It is a very, very impressive feat. So no matter what the result, it's impressive they're able to get a car that's passed scrutineering and is driving around. Second lap quite a bit quicker, 6.99 second run, sub 7 seconds, so they've shaved almost 3/10 off that lap. Toronto on their last run now.
Yeah, let's see if they can improve their time. The first laps looked quite aggressive, so quite pushing it to beat their time. The left-hand laps seem a little bit more steady. Now a hiccup, so I don't think this will be an improvement of the current time, but let's see.
And you're right, Steph, it is a bit slower. The left-hand turn was quite a bit slower. The right-hand was quicker, but too much to overcome on that left-hand issue. So their fastest time of the day is 6.48 seconds. Team from Modena starting their car up to make another run. Dilly ding, dilly dong, wake up. I think they like that.
So unfortunately for the team from Modena, the car does not seem to start. Maybe there's some other problem, I don't know. But any chance they are pushed off to fix whatever is wrong with their car. So not yet, no diddly ding, diddly dong for now. But I'm sure later they will fix it and will come back even stronger.
然后那个12式的电车已经推荐出来了，这是今年他们第2辆电车，他们从前年开始就，前年还是去年开始就做火车。
Guys from Thessaloniki, car 312, are rolling up to the starting line, or at least they're advancing in the first driver queue.
Meanwhile, the team of Chalmers has approached the first driver queue. We're inspected by the scrutineers and unfortunately are not allowed for now to drive. But I think it will be not a too harsh fix if I look at the faces on the guys, so they will be up later, I suppose. As Thijs said, Thessaloniki is here, car 312. Also in the first driver queue, we haven't seen them yet. We have seen another team from Greece earlier who were unfortunately not allowed to start by the scrutineers. So let's see whether Thessaloniki does manage to make a start at the Skidpad.
Yep, behind them it's the team of Constance with a very extensive front wing who are queuing up. Some other teams that are in the dynamic area and that look to be about ready or about to be preparing for the Skidpad. One of them is car 216, car 216, Johanneum Graz, so UAS Graz. Most of the guys from ETH Zurich have put on their rain tires, so presumably they're not going back out on the test track. And I'm expecting them to show up at Skidpad sometime soon.
For the guys for Thessaloniki, this is the first event of the year. They will be going to Hungary later on. They have 34 people in their team. Some people are there for longer, some are shorter. The team is 2 years old. And this year, this is the first year they're building a monocoque. Oh, correction, this is their 5th car already. This is the first time, however, that they are building a monocoque. From my point of view, it really looks clean for a team that manages the first-year monocoque. So really good for them. Let's see whether the extra stiffness of the monocoque also results in a better Skidpad time.
Tire cover redundancy seems to be an Austrian thing, or rather a Graz thing, because the guys from US Graz are also double wrapping their tires. So first a layer of plastic over it, and then normal covers. You can't be too sure, I guess.
So Thijs, what is it about tire coverage? I understand that the teams are not allowed to preheat their tires as in other racing classes, so why do they wrap it at all?
Well, they're not hot to begin with, so there's nothing to keep warm. They've been driving on the practice area, some of the teams, but that wasn't on the wet tires, so I'm not sure why you would want to do that other than just trying to keep him clean. But then I'm not quite sure why you would need a double layer. You might have to ask him later.
So the team of Constance clapping for the driver briefing again. I overheard it just now and it was exactly the same as demonstrated before. So level playing field there for all the teams, I suppose.
Yeah, this is one of those occasions where you can clearly see that the officials are preparing for this event for the entire year.
I think that's also a reason why a lot of the top teams really like to come to Germany, because of all the importance of all the red shirts. Almost all people are alumni in this organization, which I really think it helps the organization to build a very good competition and get the best teams around to come to Germany. Sometimes it's the unofficial World Championship, right?
Yeah, I think that's not a very controversial statement. Yeah, depending on how you look at it, I think there's about 15 different wing elements in the front wing of Constance alone, not counting any end plates. And there's also a substantial amount in the rear wing, so they really put in a lot of work this year. Behind them, lining up, is ETH Zurich. We've been waiting for them for a while. Very curious to see what they can do.
So for the University of Thessaloniki, it does take a while to get them started. I'm not quite sure if they are allowed to drive. Yeah, they are going, I think, so it's very good for them. That will make them the first team for the reason who's allowed to start. So let's see what they can do. Yes, it works. He misses the track and hits a cone. He was doing very well, I think, very clean in the in-laps, so maybe for the next run they will have a better time, because it was looking very good from my point of view.
He exhibited very nice control when he hit the cone, though. He carried around with him for most of the lap. Didn't go flying away, so good job on that. He's going for his second lap straight away. He's got to wait for the flagman to put the cone back. He's getting some cheers from the crowd over there. A small but passionate fan club. A 7.03 second right-hand lap. It really looks like the driver's working hard to keep the car out of the cones. Lots of corrections.
But now it is clean, so they finished. Very good, 7.1.
The guys from Leuven, the Belgians, have just started their car. They're about to start their third and fourth run.
As told earlier this morning, this is probably the best Belgian team around. Most of the fact because they're the only Belgian team so far. Consisted of several teams earlier, but they merged all together and joined forces. So I'm quite eager what they can do, where they can improve their last best time. Big slide there, but he kept it in.
Yeah, that's some driving. Right-hand time is pretty much the exact same time, so it's a 6.17 for them, which is an improvement over the previous one. They choose not to immediately take their fourth and final lap, which means that Constance is about to start their car. We now actually have 3 cars in line. All of them have the same tires, the new 16-inch Continental tires. The same tires that Karlsruhe Electric used to put out their amazing 5.23. We have Constance, ETH Zurich, and OTH Regensburg. All of them on the same tires. Very curious to see what they can do. It's pretty funny to see how much difference there is in performance. So there's clearly a lot of different stuff involved, not just the tires, in deciding how fast your car goes around the Skidpad.
So last in line here are Regensburg. I had quite a long chat with them yesterday. Car is named Betsy, so I hope Betsy will do very well now. Yeah, it's seriously Betsy, Thijs. Thijs just asked me because also the first car from the Delft team is named Betsy. I presume that that's why you were asking.
It is indeed, yeah. I have a beautiful 4-2-1 exhaust. It's nice and blue.
Yeah, the Regensburg team told me they were looking forward to improve their best overall time, which was, I believe, a 14th place. And they did not dare to say it, but maybe they are also going for the top 10. So I wish them good luck within all the teams who are going for the top 10. But the car really looks neat. Carbon fiber really looks good. Looks very well engineered. So I think they might have a shot at the top 10.
The team from Constance now pulling up to the starting line. He's stalled the engine, but he's got it fired up straight away, and he gets the green flag.
Yeah, the guys from Regensburg have a very neat concept. Of course, there's multiple teams here with full monocoques, but they elected to have sort of a split monocoque, where the rear end doesn't fully connect to the front end, leaving open some gaps to work on the engine. And there's some metal structures in between. But all in all, it's a very nice package, a very nice way of leading all the loads from one end to the other, while still maintaining easy maintainability for the engine and reachability. The guys from Constance put in a 6.12, which is of course their first lap. Let's see if they go for their second lap immediately.
Quite as quick on their second run overall, but a very quick left-hand lap, 6.02 seconds, an average of 6.14, so their first run is still the quickest.
Meanwhile, Meanwhile, the ETH Zurich car, it looks like they're about to push out of the line. Not 100% sure, but it looks like it's not completely good. Now they're forced out of the queue, so something is not wrong completely yet, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, looks like the hockey puck tool again, so probably something to do with ride height.
Meanwhile, US Karlsruhe is back on track again and looking very fast, a lot faster than last time around, so eager to see what they can do. And yes, they improved the time quite a lot.
Very impressive driving from the pilot in the Karlsruhe car. He held a few slides around the left-hand turn, and it was quite quick.
Yes, I agree. I'm quite eager to see what he can do on his last lap. He's going for the rerun immediately. Let's see whether he can manage to keep it in again.
Yeah, that last lap actually substantially faster than anything they've done so far. Setup lap not super steady, but quite fast.
Second lap time is marginally quicker than the last one for the quickest time of the day. Tice can tell us in milliseconds how much quicker.
It's actually a bit slower. It's 5 milliseconds slower. So anyway, it's a 6.03 for them.
Okay, so back to Regensburg. They're up in the first driver. Another nice technical detail about this car is they have this fully self-developed differential, which should help them in theory with the scrutineering. The car is starting, so they're allowed to run. So let's see what you can do with their self-developed diff.
He's pressed the button. He's awake the beast, as the rear wing says.
Meanwhile, in the queue, we have the Diddly Ding, Diddly Dong car again. So all the fans from Diddly Ding, Diddly Dong, where are you?
Very quick right-hand time for Regensburg, a 5.63 second run. See if they can keep it up in the left-hand turn.
That was way quicker than our setup lap, and the final lap is a 5.68 as well, so their final time is 5.65.
That's the fastest combustion time of the day, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. They beat the time from Stralsund that has stood for 3.5 hours, I think. Finally, with the new fastest lap of the day for the combustions. 5.65 is the new time to beat, but they might be able to do that themselves right away because this was only their very first run.
So let's see what Betsy can do. Come on, Betsy!
Wow, going really to the limit. Touching cones, but he leaves them in place, so it's still clean. Oh, they're faster still. It's a 5.57 for the right-hand drive. I think it was a clean run, and it's a 5.66 to the right and a 5.62 overall. So they improve on their own best time. It's the new best time for the day for combustion, 5.62.
I'm not quite sure whether it's clean, Thijs. I see Frank standing with a cone, so I'm not sure what the judges will decide, but in any case, it was a very fast run, and they have 2 runs still left to go, so maybe some improvement still possible there. Very impressive.
Yep, Frank is risking a wet shirt, so I'm pretty sure he's adamant that that is a cone. From where we're standing, it sort of looked like it might have stayed in this place, but I'm sure he saw that right. That means that their previous lap still stands, which is still the fastest time of today, so it's a 5.65 for them then.
But on another note, the Diddly Ding, Diddly Dong car, after 3 attempts, now is allowed to run and is going for the first attempt.
Modena, here we go. They have bragged a bit about their fans being the loudest here. I'm not sure there's that many of them, so they might have to shout extra loud. Come on, guys.
Finished the right lap, time is 6.23. That's the dilly-ding portion of the run.
Damn it, you took my joke, Austin.
And with a dilly-dong, they crossed the line in an average of 6.23, so very consistent for them. Sorry, Steph.
Next up is Brunel, I believe. You can see two of their, maybe they were faculty advisors, I don't know, with top hats, or I don't know if that's a correct term, Mr. Englishman.
Yeah, that sounds about right, a top hat. I'm kind of jealous I don't have one, to be honest.
Yes, that is a hint to the Brunel team.
Just a little one. Meanwhile, Madna out for their second lap. The right time is a little bit quicker. Left time, though, is slightly slower, so the first run is still quickest at 6.23 seconds.
Meanwhile, the ADH Zurich car is being pushed away. I think they're about to join the queue.
Mind the hose.
And the cone. So apparently they're sure that they've fixed what problem was just now, as we see Brunel roll up to the starting line.
I can see the top hat standing by the press office.
Yay, top hats.
Maybe they can give us a wave.
There we go.
So the top hats, of course, being a reference to, I believe, Eisenbart Brunel, the founder of the college, great engineer from the UK. Let's see, it's also a great car from the UK.
Well, that means that the precious treasure from UAS Graz is about to be unwrapped. They're cars that have to be double wrapped. Tires.
Tires do look very clean.
Yeah, they'd better.
Got some truck marks on it, though. That might affect the lap time by a few milliseconds, Thijs.
Yeah, I don't have a microsecond to read out, sorry.
Brunel's first lap time at 6.42 second average. Looks like they're going right for their second run. Get off the line.
Completely different car from the one from Regensburg, of course, but UAS Graz themselves have also a very nice rear structure where it's not a fully closed monocoque, rather sort of a carbon fiber space frame, I guess, all for keeping that serviceability to the engine. The engine, of course, being a pretty special one. It's the custom developed AMG engine that they developed together with the guys from Karlsruhe.
And Brunel finishes their second run. It's marginally quicker, but they did take out a cone along the way, so their first run is still the quickest, 6.42 seconds.
I'm quite curious, Thijs, does this make the Brunel now the top UK team at the Skidpad or not? I don't know exactly what the time of Hertfordshire was.
I am gonna have to look that up.
So your name Graz on track, always a big battle between the UAS Graz and the TU Graz, even though they both have a quite distinct brand sponsoring their car. I know there's rivalry between the teams about who's doing best, so let's see.
That's nice to see. There's a very quick time, by the way. It's the fastest time of the day. It's a 5.61. I was going to say it's great to see two of those great teams from one city that have some features that are pretty similar. Both of them are obviously very good at carbon fiber and they have their nice fancy wheels. But for example, in the powertrain department, they are completely different in how they approach this. First, let's look how Your will approach their second run, which we should presume, be even faster, but they stalled the engine on the start line.
Issues there. This is still the in lap. I don't think the timing has started yet at all. So
No, they'll be fine. 5.61 to beat. Oh, pretty big steering correction there. That's a 5.72, so a bit slower than their previous run.
This driver is really very steady. I think they practiced quite a lot, Thijs.
Well, he is fighting the steering wheel quite a bit, actually. It's a 5.76 for him. Left lap was a bit slower too, but still a great time of 5.61 standing for him, and they still have 2 runs left. Meanwhile, at the front of the queue, it's AMZ, ETH Zurich, that are just starting their car. I can see that tractive system active light. I don't think yes, there it is, the ready to drive sound, which means they're now ready to go. Remember, these are the same tires that Karlsruhe used for their 5.23, so that will surely be what the ETH is targeting right now.
Let's see this from up close. This is important for the electric competition, to see what ETH Zurich is doing.
Looks very quick, a 5.49 second right-hand turn. I think that may be the quickest lap of the day. Oh, sorry, my mistake. Getting confused between electric and combustion.
Yeah, it would have been very quick for the combustions, of course. It's still very quick for the electrics. This would put him in, I think, 4th position overall right now. Still 1 run left for the driver.
So with a real good steady time now, I think the driver will be pushing hard this lap. So let's see what happens.
Yep, 5.50 puts them clearly ahead of Amberg, who is in 5th position. So they're in 4th, but still a bit behind Stuttgart, Delft, and especially behind Karlsruhe. Let's see what they can do in this lap.
Yeah, the driver now clearly pushing a lot harder in the in-lap already.
It's a 5.35.
Yeah, it's really fast. I'm wondering if the driver is steering at all. He's so consistent, so steady. It's really amazing to see up close.
It's a 5.41.
Did you also see it, Austin? It was really, really steady. The driver just held its steering wheel in a certain angle and it went by itself, so to say.
Yep, this puts them ahead of the guys from Stuttgart, green team. They're now in 3rd position, behind only Karlsruhe and Delft, with a 5.41. Remember, Delft drove a 5.34 and Karlsruhe drove a 5.22. 5.226 actually.
Meanwhile, the UAS Gießen is pushed off out of the queue. I'm not quite sure whether they had a lap already. Maybe you can check, Thijs, car 221.
Yeah, the guys from Gießen had 2 runs already. Thessaloniki also had some runs already. They're being checked right now for their 2nd driver. So we've had a bit of a shuffle at the top of the combustion board as well recently. Right now leading is UAS Graz with a 5.61. Regensburg is right behind them with a 5.64, I think, because their other lap was a bit, did have a cone, I believe. Then there's Stralsund still in 3rd position. Hamburg UAS with a 5.72 behind that. And in 5th position we have GFR.
So for a minute there I was thinking that the officials in the strange-looking vehicle without scrutineering stickers were going to do a run on the wet pad, but they chose not to, unfortunately. I was quite eager to look at that, the time of that car. So now Uni Stuttgart and Uni Thessaloniki are first. I believe they both have had runs, so I'm not sure who is going first. Thessaloniki was there first, so let's see what happens.
out of the top 5, the guys from GFR, Hamburg and Stralsund have already had all 5 of their runs. Our 2 fastest cars of the day, Regensburg and Graz UAS, both still have 2 runs left, so they might even be able to beat their own times. Meanwhile, the guys from Stuttgart are lining up in the second driver queue. They're right now in 8th position overall at the combustion event for Skidpad, and their best time so far is a 5.96. So with that, they're about 0.4 of a second clear from guys from US Graz. I'm sure they're looking forward to trying to take some of the time away. So rolling up again, behind the guys from Stuttgart are definitely one of the best UK teams here. It's the guys from Brunel.
So everybody get your top hats out because Brunel is coming again.
Meanwhile, Stuttgart and Thessaloniki are both still making final preparations. We'll see which team can get ready first, or if one of these other teams can overtake them and jump right to the start. Both teams exhibiting very good push bar form. Minimal effort and no running.
So we have the Ren team firing up their engines. Very sure that there are a lot of supporters for Ren team as always. So give them a big hand when they go up to the wet pad. Thijs, what are we looking for? What is the time to beat for Stuttgart?
Yeah, so their personal best so far was a 5.957. I'm sure they can go faster than that.
The driver's really sawing at the wheel, trying to get the car turned around, and he spins out and hits a cone. The engine's turned off and he's having a little bit of trouble getting it restarted. And there it fires up. Quick hurry up before the sprinkler gets to you. Looks like the cone is lodged in the bodywork, so he's bringing it with him, a nice souvenir.
He lost it again in the middle of the track, but he's not driving the right-hand corner again. He's really sliding a lot, by the way.
He's still pushing very hard.
Yeah, he's electing to take the opportunity to actually drive the track and learn a bit from that, because of course this was already a DNF for him.
It's one of the more exciting runs we've seen all day. The driver was very active.
Yeah, it reminds me a bit of a while ago, the teams from Helsinki who really steered by their throttle pedal. They're really oversteering everything. Really looks amazing. I'm afraid the Uni Thessaloniki is not allowed to run. They're being pushed off, but have a decent time already, so no big problems for them there.
Yeah, so just to put the left lap for Ren team into perspective that I just put, it was marginally faster than the previous left-hand runs they did. However, so far their right-hand runs were a bit faster. So they might have been on track if the right-hand run was also a bit faster to actually break their own time. Would have been pretty close to 6.9, that's 5.9 or something. So still pretty far off the times from the likes of Regensburg and US Graz.
Yeah, and also last year Stuttgart, I can remember putting in a 5.8. So I think they really want to improve the time from last year. I'm not sure, no. I think they have a lap left, so they have one run left, so to improve the time also from last year.
Yeah, but they do not appear to be very happy with their setup because they're packing up the tires again, and they choose to take the car out, saving their fourth run for a bit later.
Meanwhile, in the queue, we've got Rokla look to be pushing the car forward. I'm not sure if they're pushing it out of line or making some changes. And we've got University of Auburn as well. Looks like Rokla is going to make a run.
I believe this is the second Polish team we have seen in the queue today. I'm not quite sure whether the other Polish team was allowed to run, but in any case, it's good to see that Polish teams are also all fast speaking. It's good to see all different nationalities at the queue here.
Yeah, I don't think the guys from Poznan actually put in a run. They were at the front of the queue at some point, but they were pushed off again. So Rokla on track, it's 6.24 for them for the right-hand run. And a 6.12. Left lap is quite a bit quicker, so I'm sure they can improve a bit more. This driver still has one lap left.
They finished their run. Auburn University fires up their engine. War Eagle Motorsports from the United States.
Yep, and besides Auburn, we've been joined by two more teams, US Kempton, combustion car 323, and the guys from Chalmers with their electric car, number 11. That's going to put the total of combustion cars, if they manage it, to 36, I think, which is quite a bit. Still only about half of all the combustion cars that are here in Hockenheim.
Also in the queue, which I think forgot to mention, is the current leader in the standings for the combustion is the Regensburg team with their car Betsy.
Yep, I'm very eager to see if they can claim back the spot from US Graz. It was very close, so they might very well be able to. Meanwhile, there's a fire. Something with a fire going on, perhaps. You can hear the fire marshals.
I'm not sure it's fire or ambulance, as you can see from here.
Yep, you're right. Let's hope it's nothing serious. The number of combustion teams, according to our statistics, that have passed scrutineering so far is 48.
So the car with the sirens looks to go to the noise area, or at least the dynamic scrutineering area. So well, let's get back to the dynamics area.
Yeah, our latest data shows that there's 13 teams from the electric class that have passed scrutineering. That is only 1/3 of all the teams.
I believe we hear Brunel starting. Auburn is still being checked. So let's see what the top hats can do this time. After them is Regensburg, Captain also in the queue. Chalmers, and one car has been added to that list is again Thessaloniki, who were just refused to run, but they're coming back again to try for the second driver, I think.
Yeah, they already put in 2 laps, so you would think that they should be fine. Out of the previously mentioned 13 teams in the electric class that have managed to pass all parts of scrutineering, only 8 have managed to actually put in a lap at the Skidpad so far. So, of course, first of all, we're looking for those extra 5. Let's hope they can make it to the track. But equally important, I hope that the other 27 teams manage to get somewhere with scrutineering and perhaps even get on the run today. We have about 2 hours left for Skidpad.
And Auburn takes the green flag with a very emphatic start, spins the wheels.
Very steady, very well-controlled run, so I expect a good time here.
It's almost like a statue in the car, his wheels completely still.
Yeah, I think they practice this a lot, Austin.
It might look pretty steady. It's not super fast, though. It's 6.16. It is extremely equal for left and right, though. So that's a nice job.
In terms of milliseconds, Thijs?
5.
Looks like they're making some changes before they go out for their second run. Meanwhile, UAS Kempton has got fired up and is making their way to take the green flag.
Kempton up next.
I had a short chat with Kempton today, and I believe the car is called Top of the Mountain, so let's see what they can do.
Also got a nice mountain sticker on the rear wing. Having some trouble getting into gear, but he's got rolling on the warm-up lap, and he's up to speed now.
It's good to see them running, because yesterday when I talked to them in the pits, they were working quite a lot. So it's very, very good and very nice of them to see them running here at the track, and clean, and I think quite fast also. Very good.
They were struggling a bit in the setup lap to the right, especially, but they were a second quicker in their actual time lap, for a total of 6.18 for their first lap. It's pretty much the exact same time that Auburn just ran, but apparently US Kempton are pretty happy with where the car is right now. I think they can do a bit better still. They opt to immediately take their second run.
He's made a small error, he's hit a cone. It was the orange cone.
Well, nonetheless, the right lap was quite a bit slower, unfortunately, so I think the 6.18 will stand as their fastest lap of the day. It's a total of 6.71 for their second run.
And for good measure, he takes out a few more cones as he crosses the finish line.
So entering the queue now is a big competitor for the combustion class. It's Karlsruhe, the C car. I don't believe we have seen them yet, Thijs, right?
No, this will be their first run. Of course, they have the same engine as the current fastest car on track. Although, of course, for Skidpad, power is probably not the most important thing. But drivability for the engine certainly may be.
They've got the same chassis as the quickest electric car, so it bodes well for them, I think.
I think the front half of the Karlsruhe cars are very similar, but the rear end is quite different. The combustion car actually has pretty much a space frame on the rear, a metal space frame, for the same reason that the guys from Johanneum and Regensburg have more of an open structure rather than a fully closed monocoque. It's all about serviceability of the engine. Looks very neat and tidy.
Joining them with fist bump bumps is TU München, also the C car, I believe. Yeah, the C car. So it's very good for them to pass scrutineering. Fist bumps everywhere. Let's see if they can beat the fastest time on track.
They've got winglets everywhere as well. I don't even know how to count how many elements they've got.
Yeah, there is a car somewhere in between those winglets. By the way, both of those cars, TU Munich and TU Karlsruhe Combustion, both have the same Continentals that, of course, by far the quickest time of the day was driven on. It'll be very interesting to see how closely the combustion car can approach, or if it can even beat the time of its electric counterpart.
Brunel doesn't improve on their previous best time.
So up next on Skidpad, on the wet pad, is the team from Chalmers, electric car. You can guess what country they are from, considering their main sponsor on the, on the rear wing. So a long and competitive team. Let's see what they can do at the electric wet pad.
It's a pretty cautious first run-in lap, and it's a 5.998 for their first lap. It's about a full second faster in their setup lap. And on the left, they drive 5.78, which is very decent, and it's a 5.89 in total for them, for their first run. I think this driver should be able to be a bit quicker still, because this left-hand run was actually quite a bit faster than the right one.
You know what they say at KA Racing, I like big boost. Going to the rear wing.
And they cannot lie.
The other brothers can't deny.
I'm wondering if the call sign of the driver also is Sir Mix-a-Lot. Jokes set aside, guys, I really think we will have a new fastest time in the C class within 5 to 10 minutes now. They're really fast cars here. Really eager to see what they can do. All driving on Continentals. München does not do the double wrapping, as we see other teams do. Maybe an Austrian thing, I don't know, but they will be fast, no doubt.
Yep, because even if Karlsruhe and München do not happen to break the best lap so far, in the second driver queue, Regensburg is ready to go now, and they were very, very close. They had the best lap for a while before US Graz took it over from them. Göteborg, meanwhile, almost matches their previous time with 5.91, so their 5.89 still stands as their personal fastest.
Here we go with Regensburg, second driver.
There haven't been that many teams that are actually below 6 seconds, so 5.89 is by all accounts a very decent lap. As we see Regensburg with their second driver, I'm sure they're eager to push out even two extra 100ths of a second, because that would be enough.
Nothing special.
They're quite a bit more cautious though, with a 5.958. For the right-hand turn, and then it's a 5.80 for them.
Not beating their previous time, but still being a very, very good time. I believe last year with this time you would have been second already. So let's see what they can do in the last run. I expect the driver to push. So let's quite eager to see what happens.
Well, their left turn was over 3/10 of a second quicker than the right hand. If they match that and then scratch off 2 more 100ths of a second, he will have the fastest time today. It's a 5.797. Yeah, I think the time from Regensburg earlier was their fastest of the day. This is a 5.89, still a great effort.
So to remind us all, Thijs, what is the time we're looking for in combustion? What is the current fastest time?
It's a 5.607 from UAS Graz. Let's see what Karlsruhe can do. Oh wow, they have a very quick setup lap. It's a 5.61 for them. So that matches the quickest time of the day already. Oh, it's a 5.53, 5.45 for the left turn, which is amazing and actually quite a bit quicker than anything we've seen so far.
So both at the E and the C, Karlsruhe is dominating this thing, Thijs?
Yeah, it would seem so. They're still 0.3 of a second off the time of their electric counterpart, though.
They're taking their second run right away.
Yeah, but we're still like, a bit of a difference between our left and right, so there's got to be more in there. It's pretty much equal so far, and it's a 5.54, so they nearly matched their time from just now. It's a 5.53 from their first run. They still have 2 runs left, though.
Now got the team from Thessaloniki taking the green flag now.
I can remember Thessaloniki having quite a good time already, Thijs. What are they looking for?
Well, they weren't particularly quick. Their best time so far was a 7.1. Driver's struggling with the car a bit. It appears to be very hard to keep this car revving at one speed. I'm kind of surprised because it looked like it was driving quite a bit smoother the other day when the first driver was out. It's a 7.71 for them.
There's now just about 2 hours left in the Skidpad event. It's 4:30 now.
So who else has joined the queue? For the first drivers, we have Uni Padova, being checked now by the scrutineers. We have first-time team UAS Arnhem, not a Dutch team approaching for the first driver. Brunel again, so get your top hats out. The Polish team from Wroclaw. And we have here again Dilly Ding, Dilly Dong. So they come in for the second driver.
TU Munich have been given the go-ahead sign, I think, for driving up, but they appear to have some trouble to keep the engine running.
Appears to be a smoother run so far. A lot less jerking back and forth on the throttle.
Yeah, that looks a lot better. Different gear perhaps. It's a 6.81 for them, which is a significant improvement if you can keep it up. Oh, that looks much better. And it's a 6.78. He even shaves up a bit more than that. So that's about a 0.3 improvement over their over their previous fastest time.
Looks like Munich is pulling off to the side. And,
yeah, they were allowed to run though, as far as I could see. So maybe they could not start the engine. They did start for a brief moment, but I'm not quite sure what happened there.
They were revving quite aggressively, but apparently still not able to keep going.
Now got Padova first in line. It's very interesting. They've got what appears to be their low downforce configuration set up on the car. The rear wing is the top elements are quite flat.
This team from Padova won the Skidpad in Italy this year, so I think they will also be a fierce competitor here.
Auburn looking to improve on their first run of 6.16.
very smooth so far. Yeah, right-hand time of 6.22.
So this is still the same driver as did the first run. Again, the statue, which was really, really impressive. They trained very well, I think.
Yeah, it's very close to their previous time. It's a 6.18.
So currently starting the car is the team from Gior, car number 279, coming for the second drive of the third run, I suppose.
So Gior's fastest time so far was a 6.596. A lot of wheel spin off the line, as they're looking to improve a 6.6 Faro. Driver struggling a little bit to keep it at a constant speed.
Yeah, we were speaking to them earlier this week, and they are very proud of engineering a very lightweight car, only about 160 kilograms, which is quite amazing.
Well, amazing or not, they're about 4/10 of their own pace right now, so I hope the driver can find a bit more speed in his fourth and the final run for their team.
So, get out your top hats again. It's Brunel incoming. So we could see the car stalling on the line. It's trying to restart. Sometimes happens. Normally not a big deal.
The solution is always more revs, and the Brunel guys have found that out. They are now running, very carefully setting up for their lap. This is, of course, not their first lap, not even the first one for this driver. It's his second and their fourth and final lap. Their best so far is a 6.400. It looks like this driver is quite a bit slower than that, though. Oh, he even takes out 2 cones in the final lap. Well, let's just forget about this lap pretty quickly. It's a 7.7. Now next up is Uni Padova. They haven't had a run before. Let's see what they can do. Car 285.
Yes, car 285, the Skidpad winner of Italy. So I'm quite eager to see what they can do here on track today on the wet pad.
Yep, they did great on their home stretch. Let's see what they can do here.
Name of the car is Matilda, so everybody give Matilda a cheer.
Warm-up lap looks a bit cautious. It's a 6.32. And Padova elects to drive a 5th lap. I think that's the first time we've seen that today. I'm not sure if that will give him a DNF. Yeah, I believe so. So the 625, which was pretty decent, actually is a DNF for them, but they get a second run right away.
So while Padova gets their second run, there's really a special team starting here at the line. It's the first-year team of Arnhem in the Netherlands. This will be their first ever dynamic event. They managed to pass scrutineering. They managed to test quite some time. They managed to test to put in a car which seems quite good for a first-year team. And I think they also passed now the pre-event scrutineering spot check. So I think they're ready to go. There will be one commentator who is not really objective, and that will be Thijs. Thijs helped this team start up together with some other guys from Delft. So if you see Thijs cheering a bit louder than for other cars, you can hopefully forgive him a little bit.
Padova's onto their second attempt. Hopefully he follows the rules this time. 2 right laps, 2 left laps.
Yeah, he again has to drive cautiously because this is effectively their first lap, their first run. And they need to get in a decent time. It's a 6.26 in one direction, and it adds up to a 6.30. I've been told that the driver from Arnhem has actually never driven in the wet before. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes.
Got car 307 from Wroclaw taking the green flag now. This will be their 3rd lap, so the first lap for their second driver. He's very steady so far. Not a lot of movement in the wheel. The exact same right-hand lap time as Padova, the car just before. Appears to have knocked over a cone. Left-hand lap is a little bit slower, and it was not as quick as one of the first drivers' runs anyway, so we'll see if he can improve for his last run.
Well, the guys from Arnhem started up. Give them a big cheer. This is going to be their first ever dynamic event, guys. The driver actually remembered to close his helmet. As Wroclaw enter their final lap.
Once again, very steady in the right-hand lap. He's slightly quicker than his first attempt.
Yeah, Wroclaw are looking to improve his 6.07. Which was the fastest lap of their previous driver, but unfortunately he takes out 2 cones. Not that it would have mattered much because it was a 6.16 as Arnhem drives to the line.
So here I have a team from Arnhem. In order to start up the first-year team, they borrowed the first Delft car from 2001. I have to say it even smells like the first car of Delft from 2001. And I'm so eager to see what they can do.
Yep, it's the same engine, not the same engine, but the same type of engine, the Yamaha R6. And they're off. Cautiously but steadily. It's a 6.53 for their right-hand turn.
So give them a big hand, the team from Arnhem, for scoring their first dynamic points ever.
It's a 6.69. His left turn is a bit slower than the first one, but he now has a safe time and he can actually push a bit more in the second run.
It was a very impressive run, especially for somebody who's never driven in the wet before. You'd never be able to tell.
What I personally like a lot about this team is they also take the statics very seriously, especially for a first-year's team. That is quite hard to do. Getting a car at all is difficult enough. So I really expect this team to grow quite fast in the upcoming years, and there will be more from them to come. No doubt about that.
Oh, unfortunately he drives 3 right-hand laps, so I think that'll be a DNF. No, I totally saw that wrong. Never mind.
But he only did 1 left-hand lap.
Well, I hope that wasn't my fault. Nonetheless, the 6.39 was quite a bit quicker. Let's hope the second driver can improve on that and take some lessons from this second right lap.
So meanwhile, at the starting line, it's again the team from Modena.
I say dilly ding.
Diddly dong. Guys, this is the point where you should say wake up.
Wait, what?
Ring the imaginary bell.
This team mascot actually is a turtle, like as for Valentino Rossi. I also believe the car colors are even maybe the same, so of course being Italian, very nice to see.
Yes, a sea turtle to be specific, found in the garage where they have their workshop.
Yeah, Modena are looking to improve on their previous 6.23. So 6.49 is a bit off pace, but he still has 1 lap left. 1 lap left. He's understeering quite a bit in his setup lap. Well, he improves a bit so far, and overall it's actually a bit slower than his previous lap. So the time of 6.23 still stands as their fastest time, which puts them in 25th position right now.
So in the queue here, the first white car we see is a team from Turkey, from Yildiz Technical University. They just have been checked with the hockey puck. Talking now. Hopefully they're allowed to drive. They have very, very large and very nice ARP levers, which you really should check out. Then we have also Munich coming in again. It seems they fixed their issues with their engine and are ready to go again for the first driver. On the second driver we have Graz and Graz. TU first, Joanneum second. They're currently the fastest car on track. Let's see if they can improve their own time and win the battle with the other Graz. And last in line at the moment, one team to come, but currently in the queue is UES Kempten. And coming here is car number 268, which is Isat again. I think this is the second run for them. Second run, right? Second run?
I believe so, yes, Steph. Looks like Gießen is preparing to get back in line as well. Meanwhile, US Munich is doing some work on their car.
So the UNAIM team was not really so much in the pit yesterday. I'm quite curious what the story is behind all the pictures, maybe their team members or alumni or whatever, on their rear wing. We'll come back to you with the story behind that later. So also joining the queue here is the team from Auburn, car 211. I also saw them driving just now. I think there's also the second driver, so run 3 and 4. So the second driver queue is building up, whilst the first driver queue is quite small at the moment. So that guarantees that any team who now still has their first run to perform can actually also perform it before the closing time.
Yep, I just got a confirmation that what actually happened with the Arnhem team. They drove 2 laps to the right, 2 runs, two turns to the right, and then they only did 1 to the left. But it was established by the officials that the orange cone was actually pulled away too early, which they think might have influenced the driver in only doing 1 lap to the left, which means that they will get a rerun, which is what is now also shown on the scoreboard. So they will get their second run again, which I think they will be able to squeeze in somewhere between these cars, because of course it is sort of their second run. Yeah, they have just started.
You already jinxed it, guys, but that was not the case, unfortunately.
Yeah, apparently it wasn't my fault, which is good.
We can still blame you, though, for pulling the cone.
Coming up in the line again, Team Arnhem for the rerun. Second run.
I think they should be able to improve quite a bit on that 6.69 if it's clean. Let's see what happens.
Steady as she goes here, a fair amount of roll. She's not the lightest car in the competition, but okay, I think it will be a very good time for a first-year team here.
I'm actually pretty sure it's the heaviest car at competition. But they have indeed improved quite a bit, and it's a 6.48 for them now.
Get a big cheer from their crowd, and rightly deserved.
It shows a 3 on the board. Of course, it counts as their second run, so they still have both the runs for the second driver.
Now got US Graz coming up to the line.
Fastest combustion team of today, going for the second run. Third run, second driver, sorry.
Well, they were the fastest car up to some point, until, of course, Karlsruhe Combustion beat them. But I'm sure they're eager to get that back.
Very quick right-hand turn, 5.52 seconds. Puts them right on pace to equal the fastest time. Well, their left-hand time is slightly slower. Still their best time of the day with a 5.6 second average time. See if they can clean up the left leg this time and gain that top spot back.
Yeah, it almost looked like the driver was holding back a little bit on that left turn.
So, Thijs, to refresh our, or at least my memory, what is the time they're looking for? What is currently the fastest time of Karlsruhe?
The fastest time overall is a 5.53. Their personal best time so far was a 5.607. They did just beat that to a 5.596, so it was super close to their previous fastest time. They do appear to be on a slower lap right now, though. Yeah, it's a 5.64, so they're 5.60 from just now stands as their fastest time, which is 7/100ths of a second off pace.
So for now, Karlsruhe keeps the first place. So we got US Kempton back on track again for the third run. Very good looking car, looking also very steady. I think they will be searching for an improvement compared to the previous time this way around.
And they have improved the time of 6.17 seconds, very consistent between right and left. See if they go for the next run right away. It looks like they're going to make some changes before they go back out. And that'll give the team from ISAT a chance for their third run.
As said earlier, the team from ISAT Nevers consists only of first-year students, so students in their first-year curriculum, which is very impressive. Again, to repeat myself, but this is impressive.
ISAT take a 6.35, bettering their time.
The right lap was at 6.13, so I think they've got some time left in their car still.
So very good to see the ISAT team running. I remember in the past they drove a lot of years with a single-cylinder engine. Really had a lot of struggles with reliability. They switched to a four-cylinder and now the car looks very reliable. So I'm quite eager to see tomorrow at acceleration and the rest of the weekend at sprint and endurance, what they can do, whether they can manage to finish the endurance and set a good score.
University of Auburn up for their, what I believe is their third run.
Let's see if this driver also is as much a statue as the previous one.
Driver seems to be a bit more aggressive, Steph. Still very consistent, but a time of 6.31 doesn't quite match what they did before. Looks like they're making some more changes, along with ISAT.
So in the queue at the moment we have Moscow, BMSTU, Trondheim, NTNU, McGill University and Osnabrück. And as far as I believe, I see the Moscow team in the second driver queue, but I can't recall seeing them earlier. So maybe it's also their first driver, or I'm forgetting things, it can also be. But
I do remember them from very early on in the morning. Not sure if they actually went out for a run, but I remember seeing them in the queue for a while.
So up first is Trondheim, first driver, first run. So let's see what they can do. They have the TU Fast Racing team on their rear end. Can be that they help them providing some parts or maybe some hospitality during the weekend. Tomorrow we'll come back with the story behind that.
Next we've got McGill University. It's being checked over by the officials. We've got a fleur-de-lis on the rear of their car, which is the symbol of Quebec, their base.
So meanwhile, I believe it's the Delft team providing some entertainment for us all. Or no, they're stopping. They were providing some entertainment, but now we really have to see the Norwegian team, I believe. So we have an aeroplane. It's about to start up.
Yeah, sounds a bit like a jet engine. Had to perform a bit of a double take. They've also got a very lightweight jacking bar. Wouldn't say it's optimized, but it has a lot of holes in it.
So NTNU Trondheim for their first lap. Let's see what they can do. The car looks really neat. Let's see if the time also can be really neat.
It's a four-wheel drive AMK motor. Oh wow, slipping and sliding.
Yeah, of course, a four-wheel drive electric engine does have its advantages. On the other hand, it's also quite difficult to set up properly and get all the systems working there. So maybe they have some testing time there to do. It's slipping and sliding indeed, but the time is quite good.
It's a 6.01.
Trondheim now out for their second run. The right run is a little bit slower. Driver really pushing it. You can see the car a bit sideways as it goes through the course. The left time was quicker, so they improved by 5/100ths of a second to 5.96. Very good time from them. The third run for Baumann Racing from Moscow. Not quite as smooth as some of the other runs we've seen, but still very consistent between right and left with a 6.7 average and both right and left-hand time. Slight improvement for Moscow in the right-hand turn. He's hit a cone though, so that won't be any good for the score. So with the cone, that run is slower than the third run. Sounds like we've got McGill University warming up their engine. Just about to pull forward to the start line.
McGill quite severely rearranging the track. So although the 6.25 is quite decent, I think they're going to have to count on their second run. Because I counted at least 2 cones.
Oh, he's taking out that cone right away on the right-hand turn. It's not going to be very good for the score. And he's taken an extra right-hand lap.
So yeah, despite all our best efforts of the very friendly red shirt flight crew, the guys from McGill still have some improvement to do on their skid pad driving. I think it's going to come down to their second driver, actually. It's actually getting quite busy here. I don't think we've seen this many cars at one point, at any given point so far today. There's a couple of teams we haven't seen before, such as the guys from Velora, Indian team. Guys from TU Berlin.
We've now got Osnabrück on track with their electric car.
Yeah, that's their first lap too. No, it's their third actually. Never mind. But the guys from UAS Munich, the electric car, hasn't done any laps either. And the guys from TU Munich are back in line again. They were at the front of the line at some point, but they weren't able to run at that specific moment. Meanwhile, in the queue for second drivers, the guys from Karlsruhe, the combustion car, has lined up again. They are currently the fastest combustion car with a 5.53. They'll be eager to try and improve on that lap.
Osnabrück now going for their fourth and final run of the day after setting their quickest time of 6.45. Starts off very steadily, building up speed on the warm-up lap.
And also Osnabrück, we had a nice discussion yesterday. They're also one of the teams who have a topology optimized jacking bar. So a really light jacking bar because they can.
That's a big improvement for them. It's a 5.94 second run. And I'm not sure that may actually be their second run.
We from the commentary team all three of us can't remember seeing Osnabrück before, so maybe it was only their second run, so maybe they have a driver left to even further improve their already very good time.
Yep, it says third and second heat for them on the board, but that can be the case, of course. So we're going to assume that it's their first and second run. Meanwhile, Kempton is back on track.
The Kempton car, one of the few cars with an asymmetric paint job. The one side is blue, the other side is red. So sometimes you think, is that the Kempton car? Yes, it is. It has two different colors from both sides.
We've now got the car from TU Yildiz making their way to the green flag. The team from Turkey. Behind them in the first run queue is a team from VIT Valor. And then TU Berlin and US Munich.
Like some others, the Turkish guys had been in line before, but they weren't able to start their run at that moment. So this is actually their first heat. It's a 6.68 in one direction.
Yeah, so for this team, this is the first time at Formula Student Germany. They were present in 2014 and 15 in the UK, but for them this is the first time in Germany. And I think they're really looking forward to finish all the dynamic events. If I look at also the performance from the last 2 years in the UK. So I really wish them good luck with finishing all the events with a good score.
Yep, and after matching their right-hand lap with exactly the same time on the left, they have a 6.68 for their first lap. And 2 run to go. 1 run to go for this driver. Slightly improving so far. But I think the car bogged a bit in the left-hand lap and also touched the cone, I think. So the 6.83 overall isn't faster than the previous run. Now rolling up to the line, the fastest car so far of the combustion class. It's Karlsruhe Combustion with their AMK engine and their Continental tires, aiming to improve on their own 5.53 seconds. Let's see if they save the best for last. Going a little wide in the setup lap. It is a quick lap. It's 5.40.
It's always the strange thing. The slower it looks, the faster it is. So let's see if they can beat their own time here.
It certainly looks like it. It's a 5.44, which is, by some margin, the fastest lap of the day.
That's really a really great time. Do you think they will match the time of their electric car?
I don't think so. I think 2/10 is too much, but I'm sure they can shave off a couple of hundredths of their own time, the 5.44. The driver was pretty careful the last time around. He wasn't too close to the cones, so I would guess that he would try to be a little bit closer this time. It's still not super tight. It's a 5.45 to the right. It looked like he was leaving a little less space on his left-hand lap, but he matches his previous time with a 5.45, which means that the 5.44 stands as the best time of the day and the best time of their team, because this was their final run.
So next team up is Pravega Racing from India. This is, I believe, the third Indian team we have here now. Pravega is the Sanskrit word for acceleration, so let's see. You don't really need that with Skidpad, but maybe tomorrow. But then again, for Skidpad also, a very good time we expect from them.
They've also got a good cheering section just behind us over there, making some noise before.
Indeed, Austin, as you said, there was much rejoicing. And they're off.
A 6.28 right-hand lap is quite quick for a first lap.
Yeah, it's very good, especially considering the fact that last year they were not able to participate in the dynamics, but in 2014 they were. So I think they're really looking forward to beat their performance in 2014.
It's a 6.69 second left-hand lap, and he took out a cone. Still, the average is 6.68 after the penalties applied. Hopefully he can clean up the run a little bit now. A much cleaner run that time and quicker as well. A 6.4 second run for the team from India. Now got University of Auburn coming around for their third run.
I believe it also may be already the fourth run. Let's see what timekeeping says.
Yep, you're right. Much more steady than the last run. A lot less sawing at the wheel. This time of 6.22 doesn't improve on the previous bet.
Yeah, so with the completion of the Skidpad for Auburn for today, let's take a look at the queue. First in line with the first driver is TU Berlin. After that, UAS Munich with a very good looking car. After UAS Munich, TU Munich.
So the UAS Munich is actually their electric car, right?
Yeah, correct. UAS Munich electric. TU Munich combustion. And here UAS Tampere with car 278. And anyone who has not been in the pit of Tampere, I strongly urge you to do so and ask the guys to press the button.
Just to put into perspective the time of Karlsruhe combustion just now. The fastest time of the day, of course, is still their electric counterpart with a 5.226. Second is Delft overall with a 5.344. And the only team so far that's faster than Karlsruhe combustion is Zurich with a 5.407 compared to the 5.440 of Karlsruhe. Speaking of Zurich, they have just joined the line for the second driver, at least they were a second ago.
TU Berlin is at the front of the line. They've just managed to get their cars started. As they pull up to the start line, you'll notice they've got some clear bodywork, so you can really see the driver working as he takes the car through the skid pad.
Karlsruhe was, however, faster by a hair than the electric car from Stuttgart, green team, with a 5.453. That does mean that they are the fastest team of the combustions, of course, by quite a margin, in fact, because UAS Graz is behind them by 16/100ths of a second, which in terms of skid pad times is really quite a bit.
Berlin with a clean first run, a time of 6.58 seconds. It's like he's going around for a second run right away.
So while TU Berlin is going for the second run, the University of Constance has started, so they will be probably up next. So car number 343, I believe, is up next.
Berlin improves their time by about a tenth of a second, 6.47 seconds. Now UAS Constance is driving up to the starting line. Constance improves their best time of the day with a very quick left turn. It's an average of 6.05 seconds.
Constance actually goes off the track quite violently. I think that might actually count as a DNF if they overdo it. Not that it really matters, because their previous lap was their fastest. It's a 6.05 for them.
So starting here at the first driver queue, the right queue is UES Munich Electric. And they're off.
Just behind them is TU Munich, who we hope to finally get their first run of the day in.
And as Arnhem in the second driver queue are starting their car, UES Munich Electric is slipping and sliding through their first lap.
So Thijs, this car really looks very clean. I expect a lot in autocross and endurance from this car.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car, and it's immediately below 6 seconds as well. However, it does stall, apparently. And the tractor system active light is off, so it seems like the car is completely turned off.
So from your point of view, do you think this might be a safety system overrun, that it was overruled or something of some sort?
Yep, this will definitely be some sort of safety system that correctly or incorrectly shut down the car. So this run will definitely be DNF for them. I'm sure they've done some good running already on previous occasions and during brake tests and whatnot. So I really hope that we will see them running. They are now unfortunately being met with the sprinkler, who is now going to soak the driver.
Oh, that's poor timing.
Yeah, driver shaking his head. Looks like they're going to need the push bar. Let's hope they can rejoin.
Yeah, so the queue is open for another 1 hour and 10 minutes, if I'm correct. So maybe they can fix it and join the queue again and get a time before the end of the day.
Second in the first run queue behind Munich is the team from Tampere. Steph has already mentioned the button, which you really do need to ask about when you visit their pit. But they also won Skidpad at the event in Hungary earlier this year, so we can expect some good things from them.
The second driver queue is now actually getting quite busy. There's 11 cars right now. The first driver queue is, perhaps unsurprisingly, this late at the day. Not quite so busy. Lining up is, again, TU Munich, Helsinki. Behind them are Oregon State University, the electric car, GFR, with the same fancy tires with stickers that their combustion counterparts are sporting. Behind them, another American team. Well, basically, this is a German team, but an American team behind them. It's Michigan. Yeah, the DNF for UES Munich is confirmed. And Arnhem got the go-ahead for their second driver first run. I think they're a bit slower than our previous driver, and it's a 6.80 for them. The scoreboard says 4. Of course, this is actually their third run, because they got a rerun on their second one. So this driver still has 1 run left.
Let's see what the learning curve of the driver is.
Meanwhile, the beautiful car from Aachen with 4-wheel drive electric joins the first driver queue. And Arnhem start their 4th and final lap of the day.
Meanwhile, the Delft team is on the test track again. They stalled earlier on the test track, but seem to be driving very fast again, so that's good for them.
Here, TU Munich start up behind us. Good to see they've got the engine fired up and ready to go.
Arnhem finishes in a 6.58, which is quite a bit quicker than the third run, but not quite as fast as their second run, which will remain their fastest one.
Yeah, so Munich at the starting line had some problems in getting their engine to work, but as you can hear, it does work at the moment.
A lot of potential here. It's a very heavily aerodynamic car. A lot of work done on that. And of course, they are the Magic Continental tires, the new 16 inches that are also driven on by the two fastest cars so far. But I think he pushed the cone out of place and they're slowing down substantially. The right-hand turn was okay in 6.13, not particularly spectacular, but the left-hand turn is downright slow, to be honest. It's a 6.49. I'm sure they can do better than this. I hope the car is okay, because I'm not sure why it slowed down that substantially in their first run. However, they do elect to immediately take their second run.
It looks like they've actually been given a DNF for their first run.
It's quite important for München in this run to get a good time. Top teams like this really want to set a proper time in order to have a chance at the overall victory. So,
however, the driver does seem to be struggling with the throttle. It's hopping up and down, and at this point I'm not completely sure how certain they would be of a run for their second driver, because the second driver run is growing and growing at this point. Yeah, we only have 1 hour left, so this is actually the one that counts. There's some understeer again. 6.13 for them on the right one.
Yeah, the team explained to us that there is some minor problems with the throttle sensor, so that can explain maybe why the car is throttling not so easily.
It's a 6.24 for them. I don't think they'll be very happy with that, to be honest. I actually do think that they should have been able to perhaps not beat the 5.44, but at least be quite a bit closer than that.
Here's car 285 from Padova, nicknamed Matilda, out for another run. As a reminder, they won the Skidpad in the Italian event earlier on in the year.
So while I'm not exactly sure what the Global Formula Racing combustion team drives on, the rain tires for the electric car appear to be Goodyear tires.
They do look suspiciously similar as well, Thijs. It's not the best run for Padova, a 6.87. They'll try and improve in their last run now.
As we have officially 1 hour left for Skidpad.
So meanwhile here at the starting grid, both Tampere managed to start and Isat already had started. So first up is Tampere with the first run of the first driver.
And as I said before, Tampere won the Skidpad event at FS East earlier on in the year. I wonder if they're using the button at this moment, Steph.
Yeah, I hope for the driver he's not looking too much at his dashboard to be distracted from the Skidpad lines, but let's see if he manages to stay within the lines here.
We'll know if he hits some cones. I think we'll know why.
Unfortunately, the electric car from Aachen has been pushed out of the first driver queue. I hope they're okay and they'll be able to rejoin quickly.
Big slide there from this Finnish team. As we know from the Finnish teams, they really steer with their throttle pedal.
He's driving like a rally car out there.
I would have been kind of disappointed if he hadn't.
After all, he is from Finland, of course.
And it's a 6.08.
That was one of my favorite runs of the day, though. It was very, very eventful.
And the best part, he gets the second run.
Car sideways more than it was pointed forwards.
So now that we do have 1 hour left, let's do a quick rundown of where we are in scrutineering. There are 52 out of 73 teams that have passed all parts of scrutineering, 45 of whom have been able to post Skidpad time.
And the driver really on the limit through his first lap. He was probably millimeters from hitting a cone. He's slightly more controlled on his left-hand lap. And doesn't quite manage to equal his time from the first run, but still a quite impressive 6.13 second run.
And we had a lot of fun in watching this.
It's also important to note that even if you hit a cone that isn't necessarily part of the Skidpad track itself, but one of the blue cones at the exit, that will still count because you're not supposed to come speeding off the track that fast. So I'm pretty sure they're, with that, it's absolutely clear that their first run was the better one with a 6:08. On the electric scrutineering front, still only 15 teams, according to our information, have now passed all parts of scrutineering, 11 of which have been able to post a time at Skidpad.
So on the starting line now is the team from Nevers, from Magny-Cours in France. I believe it's their last lap. Let's see if they can improve on their best time so far. And after Isat, we have two heavyweights here. It are light cars, but heavyweight teams. It's AMZ and Oregon State, both electric.
Isat posted 6.31, improving their best time so far in their fourth run. So that's it for them today. Oregon State University Electric is now rolling off the line towards the starting line. They haven't posted a time yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do.
So this team is Global Formula Racing. For those of you who don't know, it's a joint venture between Ravensburg and Oregon State. They built two cars, one electric, one combustion. Both with similar chassis and similar aerodynamic setup. So I expect also a very good time from this car, like the combustion car.
Yeah, their combustion car was able to put out a 5.6. Yeah, 5.76 actually. So 5.96 is 0.2 down from that, but it is their personal best time so far. They have one more run left for this driver. They are looking quicker. And it's a 5.86 for them.
So up next, the very famous team of Zurich, team with probably the most advanced features of any car you will probably see here. They have custom-made for them spring damper systems, a lot of very advanced control systems, very advanced tires, and have been a top team already for years and years, and they're really going for the win. So let's see if they can win this also.
They're looking to beat their own time of 5.407, but more importantly the 5.226 for Karlsruhe. First round of the second driver is a 5.42. Although it's not an improvement, it is actually very close to their previous best time.
In terms of milliseconds, Thijs?
It's been a while, Steph. I was beginning.
I think it's about 13, actually.
Beginning to think that Thijs had forgotten about the milliseconds.
They're a little bit slower than their previous run. And it's a 5.43. So super consistent. They have 3 lap times that are basically equal. Fastest one was their 5.40 though.
So up next is car number 234, the team from Chennai, India. This is currently the 4th running Indian team we have seen here at the starting grid. Let's see if they can beat the other 3 Indian teams here.
It smells really good for sure.
And as Chennai take the run, Michigan exits the queue again without actually having had a run yet. This is the second time they've pushed their car out of the dynamics area. And they've decided to re-landscape the course, moving one of the cones.
Yeah, that counts as a DNF for them. Luckily, they still have 1 run left.
Up next, our Ren team Stuttgart. We're 2nd last year. Really big team, really nice car. Can they win it this year?
Their best time so far is only a 5.957, which is more than half a second off pace. So they're looking certainly to improve that, I'm sure, but also to improve the time of quite a few other teams. Their current time puts them in 9th position overall in the combustion Skidpad event. And the track is confirmed to be clear as they're off. Oh, they're quite quick on their first run.
It was a big slide there. Pretty cool to see he managed to keep it in the lines.
Yeah, looks like it was a clean run, and it's a 5.95. Unfortunately, their left-hand run was left-hand turn was quite a bit slower than the right-hand one, so it's not actually an improvement. It is an improvement, but it's only a very slight one.
We've now got the University of Erlangen revving their engine, preparing for their skid pad. Oh, there's some fans breaking out into song in the grandstand. It's quite catchy. Erlangen gets the green flag.
Two more cars have joined us in the first driver queue, namely Milano, car 397, and TU Dresden, the electric car. Like quite a few other teams, they are equipped with 4 AMK motors too, in wheel. They switched to that from a 2-motor setup from last year, and they're now being checked for ground clearance.
And Erlangen has just set their fastest time of the day with a 6.06 second run.
So the car from Milan starting here at the first car, but first we have UES Gießen up at the starting grid, car number 221.
This is the third run of the day for Gießen.
The electric team from Aachen have rejoined the queue.
It's like quite a good improvement for them on their last run, a 6.08 second average. No.
So up next at the starting line is the car from Belgium. They were looking very sharp in the first 3 runs. I believe this is their last run. Let's see if they can improve their time.
And they do improve with a 6.07, just beating out the previous run from Gießen.
So away is the first driver, the first run from Politecnico di Milano. On the rear of the car it says Cite Dominat Milan. It should mean something like Milan for the win, but then in Italian or Latin. This car really looks good. As Billy Mays would say, it looks brand spanking new. It's flashy, it's red, it's Italian, but is it also fast?
Well, it's about to get washed a little more, so that's nice. It's certainly a spirited driver.
Yeah, I can remember the Politecnico di Milano driver some years back also really steering at their throttle, going sideways a lot. Let's see if this driver can control himself.
5.94, looking pretty good. And his right run is a 5.68, so that's a 5.81. And it's only their first run.
That's a really, really good time. And I'm quite curious to see whether they can go any faster. It already looked like the driver was really pushing it to the edge, so let's see. So after Milan, up next we have TU Dresden, Alplo race. And again, the team from Istanbul, Turkey, the team from Yildiz.
And Milan stalls coming off the line because it restarted, and it shouldn't be a problem as the timing hasn't started yet. Looks like he's having some issues getting it to fire back up though.
There we go.
That sounds better.
And they're 5.81 from just now. It's actually puts them in 8th place overall in the combustion class. Pushing Seattle up to 9th and Stuttgart up to 10th. But let's see if they can go even faster in their second run.
Yeah, it looks really fast, Thijs. This driver is really pushing it. Let's see if it's also faster.
Well, his right-hand turn is quite a bit quicker already. Oh, and so is his left-hand turn. There you go. It's a 5.75.
A very, very good time from Milano.
Yeah, that actually puts GFR and Pomona one place down as well, as they are in 6th position overall in the combustion class right now.
So we see them on the grandstand with the white shirts. Well done, guys.
Well, they beat out last year's winner, so they should be proud.
So as they would say, Forza Italia, eh?
Somebody's broken into song and dance again as well. Now we've got the team from Yildiz in Turkey taking the green flag again. This is their 3rd run.
I can remember the first 2 runs being quite conservative by the driver. Let's see if this driver can also really beat the time by quite a lot from the previous driver.
It's a 6.71 for them, which is not an improvement, but they have 1 run left. We were briefly joined by the team from Sevilla, but it appears they are being pushed out of the first driver queue again.
And the team from Turkey out for their last run now.
Meanwhile, the low voltage systems on the Dresden car have been turned on, and now they're high voltage systems as well. So it looks like they are about to hit the track. They too are driving on the Continental tires. So who knows what they can do.
Yeah, so looking up close here from the Dresden car while Yildiz is finishing the skid pad. Car looks really nice, looks really shiny. I'm really glad to see they're here, past scrutineering.
Istanbul doesn't improve on their best time so far.
And the crowd goes wild. Dresden is off. Gennegar with a girl's name, Sophie. It's on the wing. Quite curious to see what the story is there.
Oh, that looks really good. It's a 5.51.
Really fast driver, also had to compensate there in the first left-hand lap, but it was not timed, so he managed to keep it within the lines. So let's see.
With a superb left-hand lap, it's a 5.4 in that direction, so it's a 5.45 on average.
Yeah, really, really amazing performance, and that in their first lap of the first driver. Thijs, you're already looking up where that would place them this time.
Yeah, they're currently in 4th position, about 5/100ths of a second behind Zurich.
How many milliseconds is that, Thijs?
45. But I'm sure none of that will matter pretty soon, because right now they're going 5:35 on their right-hand lap.
This driver is very aggressive, very good. Managed to keep it within the lines, very good.
To 5.34. Oh, and they've actually beaten Delft by 1 millisecond.
Fantastic performance by Dresden. Elbfroe is very well done. And you have a second driver left to go.
Very good. So they are now in 2nd position. 117 milliseconds behind Karlsruhe and 1 millisecond in front of Delft.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Yeah. And Osnabrück sets their best time of the day with a 5.75, a very quick run from them as well.
Yeah, and remember they have one run left to go with this driver. I think they're going to go for it immediately, and I think it can be better even more.
And this car from Osnabrück actually has rear wheel steering. We were speaking with them about it in the pits yesterday.
Yeah, this car and this team was great in talking about their car. Car has a lot of engineering features, but will it also be engineered well enough to help them with the really, really fast time here? Let's see.
It's a 5.83, which is quick, but not as quick as their last run, which is 5.75. So a good time from them. Sounds like the team from Coburg has started up their engine.
Yeah, this is the team from Coburg again. Is this Cat Racing? I'm not quite sure. No, I don't think so. It's US Coburg. Car number 270. Yeah, it is cat racing. Car named Caracal after a cat species, and they're off.
Meow.
So that sound every once in a while, that's not us, guys. We'll try to fix it for tomorrow. My apologies for that.
But if it happens again, we'll blame Thijs.
Yes, of course we'll blame Thijs.
Coburg doesn't improve on their previous time, but they're coming in and taking their final lap right away. In the first drive queue, we've got RWTH Aachen, team from Volos, and UAS Darmstadt, all lining up for the first drive. And it looks like Schweinfurt is joining the queue as well.
So unfortunately there's no improvement for Coburg. Meanwhile, the team from Aachen is starting its first run. They were picked out of the line earlier, but seems to have fixed it. It's a very nice car, a very respected team also, already around for quite some years now. Let's see what they can do here on track, car number 99.
They were in and out of the queue a couple times, so it's very good to see them on track.
That's a time of 6.11, significantly quicker on their second left-hand lap than they were on the right-hand lap. He's opting to take his second run right away.
Yeah, he's driving right away, continuing to the starting line. After this car, it will be the second driver of UAS Lemgo, car 398.
Now got Lemgo ready to take the green flag. We'll see how their safety guardian treats them this time. Some trouble getting going and stalled the engine.
Driver looking for the clutch, I guess. And he started again.
Yeah, it seems he has found the clutch.
Finishes that run with a time of 6.6 seconds, not an improvement on his previous best time.
So up next here in the front of the queue are the team from Volos, Greece, so the second Greek team we see here, and TU Graz. I'm not sure who's going to go first. I think it will be Volos because their engine is already turned on. So let's see. So, and if you remember from this morning, Lemgo was driving also, and I told you all that Team Lemgo has a safety guardian within the cockpit. So it's a picture of a very nice lady who guards the driver if there would be any type of incident whatsoever. The driver is very safe in there with the girl inside.
Slightly distracting though, I don't know.
As pretty loud, TU Graz joins the track. Let's do a quick rundown of the first driver queue. All the way in the front, it's UTH Volos, car 277. Behind them, it's car 242. The guys from Darmstadt, UAS Darmstadt. Car 297 from Schweinfurt. And car 302 for Poznan, who have rejoined the first driver queue. I'm not sure if that's the right spot for them, but we'll see. And the second driver queue is actually pretty crowded. I think there's about 13 teams right now.
TU Graz sets their fastest time of the day with a 6.26 second average.
I can also see the team from Michigan rejoining the first driver queue. Let's hope they can stay in the queue all the way to the end now.
Yeah, you're correct, Thijs. The team from Michigan now approaching the first driver queue. Really a top team worldwide. Good to see them here. And also good to see them probably making a start before the end time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you're going to join the first driver queue right now, you should be fine to get a lap in. I'm not so sure about joining the back of the second driver queue, though, as teams like Aachen and Dresden are now doing. They might get lucky, they might not get lucky.
Yeah, in terms of your argument, Net, about the team of Poznan, they're indeed in the first driver queue. I saw them earlier, but I'm not 100% sure whether they drove already because they were in and out the queue for a couple of times. So maybe it might as well be that it is their first run.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And TU Graz has improved their time marginally. They've now got a 6.21 second run.
So UTH Volos actually stalled almost on their warm-up lap, which shouldn't be a problem if they keep it running on their timed lap.
So one team that probably is not so much affected by the only 2 sets of tire rules, the team from Delft, because boy, they are really making some meters there on the test track today.
And little wildness as the driver exits the track.
So I'm not quite sure what happened there, but maybe the team will get a rerun, maybe not. I'm not quite sure, but it all went well.
Looks like they've just been given a DNF for that run. Hopefully they can improve on this next run now.
So the engine that you hear is that of TU Munich approaching the starting line at the moment. I think they will be giving priority for car 277. TU Munich really looking to improve their time in order to do some damage control in the overall class here.
Remember, they had quite some troubles in their first run with their first driver. It doesn't seem to be all smooth sailing right now because it sounded like they almost stalled in the first setup lap. They do seem to be going quite well now, though. It's a 6.00 on the right-hand one.
I'm quite sure, Thijs, that the team ideally would be looking for a sub 6 second time. But here we have a 5.6 on the last lap, so there's really some potential in this car, as you can see.
On the left one, yeah. On average, it's a 5.82, but that 5.6 definitely shows a bit more potential, and it's probably closer to where the car should be able to operate. They opt to go for the second run right away, so let's see what they can do. Meanwhile, Volos is out of the gun. They had a DNF just now. They weren't particularly fast either, so they should be able to be faster than that, and then the DNF won't matter either.
So after the team from Volos, we will get UA's Darmstadt. Car is already running. Thijs, is it correct that I have not seen TU Darmstadt yet today?
The electric car from TU Darmstadt, I have not seen either. You're right. Of course, I have done a rundown of the teams that didn't make it through scrutineering yet, or at least the number 15 has come up out of 38 teams in total in the electric class that have successfully managed to pass all scrutineering tests. I do think I saw a tweet from TU Darmstadt a while ago that they had passed brake, so I would have actually expected them to show up here, but you're right, we haven't seen them yet today.
So in the meantime, the team from Volos improved their best time overall so far, so that's very good for them. And the car from Munich has started their run.
We do have the team from UAS Darmstadt, the combustion car, pulling up to the starting line for their first lap.
Yep, the time from Volos, of course, counts their very first lap, as the first one was a DNF. TU München actually started nicely in their first lap, the right-hand lap. But their left-hand lap was actually slower than the one before, so a 5.83 almost exactly matches their previous time, which still stands. This was the entire Skidpad event for Munich. They had 4 runs now. I think they're quite glad they got the 4-1, the last 2 ones in, because it was looking pretty tricky for a while. So 5.82 is it for them.
Yeah, 5.82 is quite a good time to do really some damage control. They will not lose too many points here. I think they're glad to have set this time. Meanwhile, a lot is happening. The team from Poland exited the first driver queue. So, as mentioned just before, they were in and out a couple of times, but now they're unfortunately out again. I really hope they can get a first run before the end.
And UAS Darmstadt finishes their first lap with a time of 6.37 seconds, lining up for the second lap right away. As Michigan car is wheeled up behind us again, hopefully they can get a start as well.
Yep, the 5.83 from Munich, TU Munich just now was actually pretty decent. It puts them in the 10th spot at the combustion class right now, just edging out, well, actually by a low margin, the team from TU Stuttgart, and just after TU or the University of Washington.
So UAS Darmstadt, whoa, a big slide there, and unfortunately the car turned. It wasn't the last run. I think they were looking to improve their lap, but unfortunately not on this lap.
At the start line now, waiting for Darmstadt to get off the course, is the Indian team from Vellore, car 254.
And we have been joined in the first driver queue by Ulm, UAS Ulm, as the car from UAS Darmstadt is being pushed off the track, and Vellore is waiting for permission to start theirs. still waiting for the guys from Darmstadt to be pushed off the track, because we're still at the extra stream. We currently have 23 minutes left of official running time for the Skidpad.
Here goes VIT Velour. Appears to be very softly sprung. Jumping around like a bucking bronco. He finishes with a time of 6.9 seconds, not an improvement on his previous best time.
So maybe the team from Velour made the car setup like this in order to improve the weight transfer at the acceleration event, but because after all, the Pravega Racing is the name of the team, which is the Sanskrit word for acceleration. So let's see tomorrow.
They go for the final run now.
Yeah, the Indian team is going again, and I'm standing next to the team members, which look really, really satisfied to see their car driving. They're looking really happy, a bit anxious whether they not will clip a cone, whether or not the driver can improve his time. But boy, they seem really happy to see the car driving.
And their last time is 6.62 seconds, improvement on their third run, but not quite as quick as one of their previous runs from the day. Now I have car number 297 from Schweinfurt taking the green flag. Looks like the course is clear and they're good to go.
So they have gotten the green flag for the green car. This team is Mainfranken Racing, already with us for quite some time now. I'm really looking forward to see what actually they can achieve this year, because they really, really have a nice car this year.
Their first run is a time of 6.42 seconds. Good solid time to start off with. I'm sure though.
So Michigan have started.
And here comes Schweinfurt for their second run.
So the car driving now from Würzburg Schweinfurt started in 2007. Then they were the second runner-up, 14th place overall, which as to date is the best performance in Germany. They did manage to have several top 10 classifications at other events, so I'm looking forward to see whether they can really get into the top 10 this time. The time was good, they improved their overall result, so that's very good.
Now on track is McGill University, their third run. Looking to improve on the time they set earlier on in the day.
They were slipping and sliding quite a bit on their previous runs, but it looks pretty clean so far. It's at 6.28 on the right-hand side. And they finished the left loop in 6.04, and they improved their time to 6.16.
Up next, after McGill, is another overseas team from Michigan. We're happy to see they have started their engine and are about to run.
So the McGill driver, having put in a solid first run for himself, third run for his team, can now go all the way, see if he can improve to 6.16.
Meanwhile, another team from UAS Dortmund has joined the first driver queue. This car is called, if I can recall correctly, the Golden One. This team was on the waiting list, only noticed until 2 weeks ago that they were allowed to participate at Hockenheim. The team is only 11 people, only 6 of them are here, so basically their whole team is now in the dynamic area, except for the 2 other guys who are supporting.
Meanwhile, the guys from Montreal improved their time by quite a bit. It's 6.09 for their final run.
Now got Michigan pulling up to take the green flag. They've been in and out of the queue a few times now, so hopefully they can have a clean run.
Yeah, they've joined their American colleagues from Oregon State University in having a very long muffler exhaust pipe. And they're off. It's a 6.53 for them on the right-hand side. And a 6.40 on the left-hand side for an average of 6.47. Might not be quite what they had hoped for. It's almost a second off pace. These guys have actually finished quite high in previous years. But, of course, they're still granted the second run for this driver. I am very doubtful that the second driver will be able to get in the run. So this had better be good.
So this entire day it seems that there's like a little bit of a lake going on when the cars exit the track. So when they go back into the blue cone area, so it really splashes up the water very high. It's really nice to see. I'm quite sure the media team will make some very nice pictures of it.
Wow, the Michigan driver really going at it. A lot of wheel spin off the line, really pushing it in the setup lap. But he keeps it between the lines in his timed lap. And it's a 6.18, which is a significant improvement. That is for the right-hand lap, of course. His left-hand lap comes out at a 6.41, which is unfortunately quite a bit slower than his right-hand lap. But still, his average of 6.30 is a significant improvement, and probably the best time they're going to see for today.
Now got US Ulm taking the green flag. It's their first run of the day.
So after UAS Ulm, it seems that the first driver queue now is completely empty. So any car who still has to do their first couple of laps, first 2 runs, really can get them. So any team that still has to drive the first laps, come over here and run your laps.
Yep, I'm sure all the guys in the second driver queue are very happy with that. Let's do a quick rundown. At the front there's TU Berlin, who will soon be able to get to the track. Behind them, the electric car from Trondheim, the Norwegian guys. Behind them, the other Scandinavians from Chalmers, also an electric car. Then there's Erlangen with their combustion car, Chennai again with their combustion car, and the electric car from GFR.
Yeah, so with some 14 minutes to go, at a rate of 1 minute per car, it would be about well 10 to 15 cars that can drive still. I'm quite sure that up onto the Helpflow race team, they should be quite safe. After that, it will get tricky, I think.
And Ulm with a time of 8.21 seconds on their first run. Hopefully they can be a bit smoother this time and go a little bit quicker.
We were talking about the Darmstadt team earlier, the TU Darmstadt electric car. I do actually see them now preparing to go into the first driver queue. Going through their initial checks. Let's hope they make it.
Ulm makes a big improvement on their time, going to 6.92 seconds. It's over 1.3 seconds quicker than their previous best. Now we've got TU Berlin with their see-through bodywork once again.
Austin, I hope that they don't have the see-through driver gear also beneath there.
Yeah, I hope not as well. I think we're all right. It looks like he's got the proper driving suit on.
The guys from Sevilla were in line earlier, but they got out. But they have just rejoined the first driver queue, so they'll be pretty soon in line to actually get a run in. Right behind them are the Darmstadt guys with their amazingly large tires, the 15-inch Pirellis that they've been using for years. They are the only team that actually use them. The Darmstadt guys very enthusiastically on the stand.
As they should be.
And Berlin improves their time with a time of 6.39 seconds. Looks like they'll take their next run right away. Now got the team from Trondheim coming to the green flag again.
Yeah, and after that we have another Scandinavian team from Göteborg, a team from Chalmers.
Very quick right-hand turn from Trondheim, 5.78 seconds. .85 left-hand turn. They said their fastest time of the day with a 5.82 second run. Hopefully they can improve even further with their last run here now.
So after Trondheim, the next car is from Sweden, and even though the car manufacturer logo on the wing implies that it is a mid-class square family sedan, I can assure it's a very fast car.
Trondheim with an improvement on their time to 5.77 seconds. Very good showing from them.
the guys in the first driver queue, of course, first have to receive their protocol for Skidpad from the red shirts. So before them, a couple of second driver queue teams get to go. Chalmers is one of them, and they improved their time to 5.87.
So after the team from Göteborg, we will see probably the car from Erlangen, which has started already. Maybe the Uni of Sevilla goes first, I'm not sure. Thijs, is this the first Spanish car that we see driving today?
I'm not completely sure, it might be the case. I have to look it up.
And Uni Erlangen approaches the green flag, ready to start their next run.
Hi guys.
Hi.
We let the Skidpad open until 10. Yes.
So 1850.
1850. Okay.
Green out.
Okay. Green out. That's sure. Okay.
We've just gotten word from the officials that Skidpad will be open for an extra 20 minutes, which means that it will close at 18:50, so 10 to 7. That might open up a window for a couple teams that only have to get through break or rain or whatever. So maybe a couple more teams can run. Meanwhile, TU Darmstadt takes the front spot in the first driver queue. Sevilla takes to the track. I do believe, in fact, that they are the first Spanish team today. There are a couple more Spanish teams at the competition, such as the one from Valencia, but I haven't seen them today in the dynamic area yet. By the way, the test track will be opened until 18:50 as well, so 10 to 7.
Spanish fans making some noise up in the grandstand. And Sevilla finishes with a time of 6.41 seconds on their first run.
Yeah, they do stall in the end, but it is a pretty consistent run.
Lots of singing and dancing from the stands now.
And it's gone.
Oh, it's back.
The car is back. It's even come back to life.
So again, timekeeping is reminding us of the fastest car here. It just nearly dropped out. Fastest car on track was Karlsruhe. After that, I believe it was Elflow Race from Dresden. They're still in the second driver queue, so maybe they can beat the time still.
Oh wow, this Sevilla car locking up and taking the orange cone.
He's hit a yellow cone prior to that as well. It's spectacular, if nothing else.
Wow, another slide. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that the 6:41 is going to be their fastest time when it's all said and done. Across the line in 7:33, but some extra tenths of seconds will be added to that, no doubt.
But that was very fun to watch.
Yeah, even though it's pretty fun to watch, we're probably not required. We're not. It would not be appreciated by the officials if we ask other teams to do this as well. So please, please, Darmstadt, drive safely, but also drive fast, because they're about to go. Darmstadt looking pretty smooth. Wow, it's 5:27 for Darmstadt. That is amazingly fast, and it's a 5.25 for Darmstadt.
What is happening here, people? Come on, very great time from Darmstadt. Very, very good time.
So they pretty much matched the time from Karlsruhe. Their left lap was actually as fast as the average from Karlsruhe. But the best part is that Darmstadt still got another run. They need 2/100ths of a second to be the fastest overall of today, combustion and electric combined.
I can remember in the history of Formula Student, Darmstadt has produced some really spectacular cars, and we have seen some real spectacular dynamic events from them, some autocrosses, some skid pads, but this is really something else.
That being said, they are a bit slower on their first lap, and they appear to slow down significantly on their left lap. I hope the car is fine, but no matter what, they will still have the second time of the day.
Yeah, I guess they only required one try to set a top time. So approaching the starting line again is the team from Chennai. I believe this is their third run so far, so let's see if they can beat the previous time. One thing is for sure, the Indian team has got very nice footage of their car. The drone is overhead, monitoring everything, so nice pictures there for the Indian team.
I think we need to get the drone to do a lap around the skid pad, see what its time will be.
Oh wow, they went a bit wide at the start, but then they went completely wide. So they took out 2 cones. The lap wasn't that fast anyway, so. This was their 4th and final run, and their 3rd and final cone they take out. It's a 7:45 for them. So Global Formula Racing Electric is back on track. They've got a 5.77. Their personal fastest time so far was a 5.82, so they're on track to beat that. It's a 5.93.
Oh, and Chennai's gone off track already, taking out 2 cones. It's like one's still lodged underneath the front of the car. Both of them are still lodged in front of the car. Oh, taking out some more cones, just going completely off course.
Well, lucky you missed the timing equipment.
Oh, he's missed one.
Still persisting and finishing this lap.
This is was not the cleanest of runs. Still managed to finish. I have a feeling he may get a DNF for that, though. But he's managed to get some blue cones along the way as well. I think that might be the record for most cones hit in a skid pad ever.
So I'm standing here with the team from Dresden, with the first driver who actually had a very, very good time. I think if I see the queue here, that Dresden might be the one team who can beat Karlsruhe's fastest time so far. What do you think? Is there more to improve?
Yeah, we have to see. He's a driver with more experience. He had a lot of rounds or a lot of training in Skidpad or Redpad. Yeah, we will see.
So you think that you can maybe even improve your best time that you have driven so far?
I hope so.
Let's cheer for you. I hope so too.
Meanwhile, Ravensburg finished their final lap. It's 5.89, which does not improve on their best time in their first 2 runs.
It looks like they've had a cone as well, so that wouldn't have been any good anyways.
Meanwhile, Team Munich slipping and sliding, but sounding altogether quite a bit more healthy than they did just now in Skidpad. So let's hope they're in good shape for tomorrow. They are, of course, on the practice track, not on the actual Skidpad track, as the team from Heilbronn manages to start their car.
Aachen approaches the start line. There's something on the wing. I'm not sure it's really proper German. Warum hat het gelegen? So I'm quite sure what the story is behind that. We're quite happy to get the car started. Let's see if they can have proper time.
Wow, the driver has to work pretty hard. It's a 5.86, which is quite fast.
I can see the driver really driving on the limit of this car. It's
oh, yeah.
just on the edge there. It's perfect.
He only just missed the orange cone, and he manages to keep it straight. And I think it was a clean run, or was it? No, they actually knocked down 1 cone, unfortunately. It was a quick run. It was a 5.98, but unfortunately that will count as a 6.18. But they still get their 4th run, so let's hope that's a clean one.
So after Aachen, we have TU Dresden. Currently, I think in 3rd position. Can they beat the fastest time of the day? They have a lot of people cheering for them. Where are the people from Dresden?
I didn't hear you. Where are you guys?
I think the guys from Heilbronn, who are right at the front of the second driver queue, are being asked to leave the line as they don't manage to keep the car running long enough.
And we have a new first driver car approaching the queue. The Uni Bochum managed to pass scrutineering and are trying to get their dynamic run in done just in time. So let's see if they also get to the spot checks just before this driver event.
The Aachen driver on the 4th run, his 2nd run. Again, taking out, I think, the same cone.
Yeah, I'm quite sure it's the same cone.
I think he might have hit the timing equipment with that. Or was it? So Dresden was very fast in their first 2 runs.
.542 first lap. Good start, good start.
So Dresden right now in 3rd position with a 2.41.
Yes, they can.
5.24, I mean. It's a 5.33 now, which is their new fastest time.
And then, Thijs, what is still the gap between the fastest time overall? It's about 1/10 of a second, right?
Yep, exactly that. They are now in 3rd position. They're ahead of Delft. They already were, but they improved their time by about 15 milliseconds. Still 1 run left to go. Oh, looking very tight.
He nudged about 6 cones on that lap, but I don't think any of them moved outside the box. It's precision driving at its best.
I hope none of them actually got out of the box. From here, it looks pretty good. And it's a 5.41, so even though it was super tight, It wasn't actually faster than the previous run, but the 5:33 is actually very good. And it puts him, well, he was in third position already, but that position is now more solid.
I think
they weren't able to actually close the gap to Darmstadt, who have a 5.25. So there's a bit of a gap there still.
I think in the past 10 years at Formula Student, I have not seen many skid pads that were so tightly driven. Really amazing.
Oh, and we have a clockwise attempt at the left part. The guys from Volos are now completely off track. This will surely be a DNF, unfortunately for them. Luckily, this driver still has a second run, fourth run for the team.
So the Uni Bochum is allowed to drive, so they are going to have the first run. So really good for them that they managed to make a run and get some points here. And again, approaching the scrutineering line is TU Darmstadt. Can they improve their time or maybe even set the fastest time of the day?
Here's Volos for their final run of the day now after their DNF in the last run. Hopefully they can keep it clean this time.
Yeah, I said scrutineering queue. I obviously meant the Skidpad crew. Sorry for that.
Yeah, they are now fifth in line for the second driver queue. There's only one team in line for the first driver queue. Oh no, the guys from Volas has again taken the wrong turn. So that's another DNF for him. Unfortunately, no, he looks hopefully to the... Oh shit, he's going somewhere completely different. He has to shut down the car now.
Language, Thijs, language.
Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, the teams from Darmstadt are very close to the overall time of Karlsruhe. They were super fast just now, so I'm sure they'll be eager to get their second driver running too. They only need to make up about 2/100ths of a second, but they only have about 10 minutes to do it.
So Uni Bochum, first run of the day, just in time.
Time of 6.34 seconds for University of Bochum. Good way to get onto the board. I think they'll take their second lap right away.
After Bochum, we have again our Finnish friends from Tampere with the buttons on the steering wheel. Again, check them out, buttons on the steering wheel. And on the wing they have a hashtag Varten Homma. I'm not sure whether I'm swearing in Finnish right now, but sorry for that if I am. Absolutely no idea what it means, but still, I'm going to find out.
Remember, their previous driver was being quite the rally driver out there, so let's see if this second driver for Tampere is equally spectacular as Bochum finishes their second lap. It's a 6:35, which is almost exactly the same as our previous one on the right, and it's a 6:38, which is not an improvement. So their 6:34 still stands, and that's their best time for the day. Tampere really working hard to keep the car running.
Maybe they need to use the button a little bit more.
So Tampere really struggling to keep the engine running, but they have joined the track. It's a 6:19 on the right-hand lap.
Yeah, so this driver driving significantly less rally-like than the previous driver. Quite conservative, but still he managed to clip in total, I think, three cones on
That's the third one, yeah.
think you spoke a bit too soon, Steph. Right when you said that, you decided to go into the drift and take out some cones.
Sorry.
Maybe he pressed the button.
So Tampere is being pushed away. Next in line, I believe, will be the blue car from UAS Darmstadt. And after that, the green car from Würzburg Schweinfurt, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately that run from Tampere counted as a DNF, but you're running again. So it's a 6:37 for Darmstadt on the right-hand side, and a 6:28 on the left. So it's a 6:33, which is an improvement for them. Now, second run for this driver, fourth and final run for the team from Tampere.
So from the distance, I see a new car approaching the queue here. It's a black and orange car. At this moment, not quite sure which team it is, but
I think it's Vienna.
Ah, Vienna. They must be in for their first run, right?
That is correct. Meanwhile, Tampere is slipping and sliding again, but so far no cones, I guess.
Being a bit more aggressive in the last run so far, and he is staying clean.
I think it was a clean run. It's a 6:37, 39 for them.
And indeed, Thijs, the car that is approaching is the team from Vienna, starting number 41. I think they always drive with this number, but I'm not 100% sure. This is an electric car, so more wings, more glory is on the end of the wing. So let's find out whether their wings actually work.
Improvement of about a 1/10 of a second for Darmstadt. Sorry, 3/300ths of a second for Darmstadt with a 6.3 second run.
And we're waiting for the next car to line up. The guys from Schweinfurt are getting the go-ahead. I'm sure the guys behind them in line are anxious to see them going.
I'm actually quite glad that Vienna is building electric cars these days, because in the past I can really remember that they built also the loudest cars that were around there. I believe they were driving back then in the KTM single-cylinder 600 cc's, which really was really something for the ears.
Schweinfurt driver still looking for the throttle pedal.
And we've only got about 4 minutes left in the event now.
There we go.
I hope that the team from Vienna can get a run before it's time. I really hope so for them.
Well, they still need to get through a couple of checks. But I cannot imagine the officials not having them attempt their first run. Officially, there's 3 minutes left.
It will be quite harsh, but then again, time is time. So we'll see what the officials will decide.
Schweinfurt actually keeps it running, and they have started their Skidpad track.
Sounds like they're bogging down a little bit, going very slowly now. They've stopped right at the timing beacon. Not sure what the problem is. The engine's still running.
Well, they have actually stalled, but they've restarted now.
So Thijs, I'm approaching another car who's entering the dynamic area and trying to get in the first driver queue. And this car is UAS Zwickau, so I was missing them already. They have made it past scrutineering by now, but will it be in time to get another run and score some points here? Let's wait and find out.
Yeah, I heard that with a final ultimate effort they managed to get through a brake test. Look very happy to have made it, but let's hope they are actually in time. The Vienna car have now actually approached the total front of the first driver queue. Final checks are being made. As Schweinfurt has made it off the track. Of course, this does count as a DNF. They are being granted a fourth run.
So let's see whether UAS Zwickau is allowed to run after all. It's not an easy job of scrutineer. A lot of respect for those guys. They're often the guys bringing bad news, but it's really all for safety, so it's really important to do it thoroughly and properly.
Schweinfurt actually looking pretty good now. It's a 6.34 in the right-hand lap.
Queen looks like they're having some issues getting started.
Schweinfurt puts in a 6.36 and a nicely consistent run, and that is their fourth and final run for the day as Ulm takes the starting line.
And is this the car we have seen quite a lot earlier today? Is it the car from Poznan? No? Yes, it is the Polish car. Let's see if they can get a run in.
That also means that the guys from Darmstadt are now way ahead, way in front of the second driver queue, so they might actually get their run. That being said, it is now actually 6:50, so officially Skidpad was supposed to be closing about now. We'll see what the officials decide. I see the tractor system active light of the Darmstadt car blinking, so I think they'll be allowed a run.
The push bar is connected to the Vienna car, so I'm not 100% sure whether they can run or not. Let's see.
No, unfortunately the Vienna car is being pushed away. That doesn't look good. They had absolutely no margin left, so it looks pretty bad. That does mean, however, that Zwickau is now actually in front at the first driver queue. I'm not sure if they're ready to drive yet. I hope all checks have been performed.
Yeah, I'm sure it's safe to drive. The team was just now attaching the main kill switch. All
low
systems
voltage.
are on.
Yeah, low voltage appears to be on.
Yeah, they're now setting the main kill switch.
As Ulm is on their fourth and final lap, which doesn't appear to be faster than their previous one.
We hear the noise. First Darmstadt is up. Let's see if they can beat the fastest time today. Let's find out.
Yeah, Ulm drive a 6:69, so their 6:45 stance is their fastest of today. As Darmstadt approaches the starting line, remember they only need 2/100ths of a second to actually improve that over their own time to be the fastest time of the day. They had a 5:25 earlier on, as compared to the 5:23 from the Karlsruhe electric team.
So regarding Zwickau, I'm quite sure they're ready to go. I think they will. I think they will be allowed to have a run in.
It's quite a bit slower than the first driver. It's a 5:75. I think I saw the car going a bit wide, a bit understeered every now and then.
Yeah, he's nowhere near as close to the cones as their first driver was. Maybe he can improve. Oh, he's got a quick left lap.
Yeah, the left lap is quite a bit better, so there's a steep learning curve apparently, but the driver's already quite a bit quicker than he was at the start of the Skidpad. So who knows what we can expect for the second run. Well, we're going to find out very quickly.
Team members of Zwickau here looking very, very tired,
yes,
but also very satisfied.
The Zwickau car is actually joining.
Yeah, they're starting here. And if you can see the faces on the team members here present, it's really something. They worked really hard to get the car past scrutineering, and it's good to see that they are allowed to have a run at Skidpad.
Well, the Darmstadt guys are quite a bit faster than the third run, but they're not faster than their very first run. Even though the 5:21 is, I think, the fastest individual lap of today. On average, it's 5:31, which is absolutely amazing, but not quite faster than their previous run of 5:25, or the fastest run of today of 5:23. So Karlsruhe Electric is still the fastest time of the day. Let's see what Zwickau can do now.
It actually is looking quite fast. Maybe they can even put in a good time.
Looks like he slowed down a little bit after the first warm-up lap.
They're driving quite carefully. It's a 6:27 and a 6:24 on the other side. It's a 6:26 on average.
Another piece of information, the TU Poznan is allowed to have a run. I hope they will be granted the same courtesy as was granted to Zwickau, and I believe it will. The car is on, the engine is running, can hear it from here.
Okay, so I just received word that all three cars are now in line. So that is the Poznan car from Poland in the first driver queue, Sevilla and Bochum in the second driver queue. All three of them will be allowed to run, but the queues are closed. Meanwhile, Zwickau is in their second and final run of the day. They're driving very consistently, actually.
So give them a big cheer, the team from Poznan, when they're about to start. They really have worked hard all day long to get the car here.
It's a 6:36 for Zwickau, and their average of 6:31 isn't actually faster than the previous time. So it's a 6:26 for them.
Meanwhile, at the starting line, Poznan is making a run. This is good to see. A car that has been in and out of queue for maybe 5, maybe 6 times. I don't know exactly, but it is running. Driven by passion, it's on the wings. That's what we want to see here at Formula Student.
It's a 7:29 for them on the first run, on the right-hand side. I think the driver's pushing a bit more now. And it's a 6:42. Yeah, it's quite a bit quicker than the right-hand side. 6:86 on average, but I'm sure the second run is going to be a bit quicker.
The team is looking very happy with the result of the hard work.
And it looked like the driver is getting quicker all throughout that run, so hopefully he can carry the momentum into this final run for them now.
And it seems that like car number 32, a new car, also is approaching the queue at the moment. I think they will be granted the same courtesy as the other two teams, although I'm of course not quite sure, but they are going to scrutineer it at least. It's UPC Terrassa. I'm not quite sure where the team is from. We'll have to look up in the book, but at least very good to see them at the starting grid.
The officials go to work very quickly to check ground clearance. They are, of course, first in the first driver queue, so perhaps the officials are being a bit more lenient. I do not think that a team showing up the second driver queue would have been granted this courtesy.
So this is a team from Spain, so it's good to see another team from Spain starting here.
And Poznan is indeed actually being quite a bit quicker. They have unfortunately also collected a cone. However, they're so much quicker that they might be able. Oh, I think they just added.
I think he's done an extra right-hand lap as well.
Unfortunately, that is going to be a DNF, unfortunately for them.
We've now got the car for the University of Sevilla taking the green flag. They had some very vocal fans before.
Yep, the Spanish team passed the pre-scrutineering, the spot check, so they will get a run just in time.
And Sevilla finishes their third run. It's a 7:97 for them.
It's not as quick as they ran earlier on in the day. See if they can gain some speed and finish off with a good time here.
So with the sun setting behind the grandstand, I think it's quite happy. It's quite good to see that we, in the end, did see a lot of teams making a start for the Skidpad. Not quite sure what the percentages are, but at least it's a lot higher than we saw at 4 o'clock. So it's very positive to see so many cars running.
Oh, and Sevilla stops on track. They haven't hit any cones yet, but it's not boding well for their time. Looks like he's going to be pushed off track, so the next few cars can go.
Fortunately for Sevilla, they did have 3 runs already, so they do have a proper time probably, so that's good for them.
Now got car 32 from Terrassa. For the first time we've seen this car, this will be the last new car to take its first lap.
Yeah, so again, a Spanish team. I'm quite sure that all the Spanish fans are sitting together in the grandstand with the white shirts. So probably we'll be hearing them cheering for this car also.
It's looking pretty smooth as he starts his warm-up lap.
This lap could actually be quite good.
Took very tight line through the first part.
I think they'll be very happy to see the car running after so much hard work.
Very consistent, a time of 6.51. It's a big cheer from the Spanish crowd.
Yeah, very good guys. And you have 1 run left to go.
The guys from Bochum, meanwhile, are struggling to keep the car running. They are next in line normally.
Yeah, and the guys from Poznan actually are trying to get another run with the second driver. They just made a very quick driver change. I think they're going for it again.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the officials are going to do with that. I do not think they're going to get a run, actually. But the Bochum car seems to be running again, finally. As Terrassa makes its final run with a 6:84 on the right-hand side, so that's not actually quicker than the previous one. Bochum is actually approaching the starting line, and I do believe they will be the very last car of the day. Terrassa, meanwhile, puts in a 6:71, so a 6:51 from them earlier was the fastest time of the day for them.
So indeed, I do think that Uni Bochum will be the last car. Uni Poznan already has been granted, of course, some courtesy by allowing a first driver. I'm not quite sure whether they will get a second run.
Bochum with a 6:96. And what appears to be a clean run so far. And a 6:74 on their third run. That is not an improvement over their previous time, but they still have a 4th run left.
Hopefully we can end the Skidpad on a high note here with a quick time.
Or some very nice power slides will also work for me.
Just try and avoid the cones.
It is running again. And we are on our way for the very, very last Skidpad lap of the day.
Very smooth first lap.
Quite a bit quicker than their previous run too, the third one at least. and it's a 6:40. Quite a bit better than the third run, still not an improvement over their fastest of the day so far. So that's it for Skidpad, everybody.
I want to thank you all very much, but first and foremost, all the red shirts standing the entire day beside the track. So very much thanks to the red shirts. I will see each and everyone tonight, I think, at the first award ceremony. And to the teams. No, it's on Friday. And I wish all the teams who have finals tonight good luck.
Yep, let's do a quick rundown for the top 10s of both classes. So for electric, the fastest car, and the fastest car overall as well, is the Karlsruhe car with a 5:22. Then it's Darmstadt in second place, Dresden in third place, Delft, Zurich, Stuttgart in fourth, fifth, and sixth, followed by Osnabrück, Amberg-Weiden, Trondheim, and Stuttgart, DHW that is. For acceleration, it's Karlsruhe as well, followed by UAS Graz. The fastest combustion car of the day did a 5:44. UAS Graz was a 5:60. Followed by Regensburg, Stralsund, Hamburg, Milano, Oregon State University, Cal Poly Pomona, Seattle, Washington, and TU Munich to round out the top 10. So that is it for us today. See you tomorrow morning at Acceleration.
Yeah, and if any of the teams have some good stories about backgrounds of the team, please feel free to contact us from the commentary team. We always love to hear your stories, and maybe if they're good enough, we'll tell them tomorrow or on Sunday during Endurance Day.
So yeah, find us walking around the paddock or send us a tweet at FSG Live, and we'll do our best to get in touch with you.
Im Ganzen war es dunkler.
Ja.